Good evening, guys. Good to see a whole lot of faces that I haven't seen for a while. G'day, Angela. Oh, thank you. Like a wine. Ah, yes. That's what I had yesterday. Aged very well. Cheese or even good beef. Here's to the next 54 years. Thank you. If I can live as long as my great-grandfather, that'd be really good. I think my grandfather would have lived longer because he was quite healthy. He just got a respiratory infection and it killed him at 87. So I think if he had basically been aware of vitamin D and stuff like that in the mountains, I suspect he would have been still around for some time because he was a pretty tough old goat. And thank God bless you as well. Thanks a lot. Yeah, it's not. It's a bit like that. What is it? Yeah. I don't just give me a sec. My browser, for some reason, is sort of each time I click on the box, it's sort of I can't move my. What the hell is going on? God. Doesn't anything work on this machine? Why is it doing it? My scrolling thing doesn't actually work, and I don't know why. I have to use the scroller, but I can't actually use to move it. That is ridiculous. We'll just continue and see how it goes, whether this will stop misbehaving. Okay, now it's under. For some reason, I had to click away into the private chat, click back to get it to work. Otherwise, I just couldn't actually get all the comments to basically move. God almighty. It's ridiculous. Anyway. G'day, Alex. Good to see you, mate. 17 degrees Celsius here. Little sunshine. Well, you guys are actually moving into your winter. So it's autumn in the Netherlands. So we're moving into our summer. So we're getting a bit warmer. We're in transition. At the moment, it's blowing like mad. It's all over the place. Tasmania's been like, we've had days where it's on Thursday. God, that was a couple of days back. It blew like mad. Ended up literally putting away everything as much as possible. My wheelie bins had been knocked over, so I had to bring those in to make sure that they didn't fly away. Had one last time, this was last year, flew away and I just got a bit damaged. So yeah, at some point that top's going to snap off, and then I'll be able to justify replacement from the local council. Poor computer. Maybe you should push it. You mean I'm actually treating it like a whipping boy? I probably am. Trying to run too many damn things on it. What do they call it? Bloatware, when you upgrade everything, and yes, doesn't help. Okay. Yeah, I think it's everywhere. we we have to use a Corona pass now. I don't have it. Really? God damn. Oh, thanks, Angela. Reboot. Okay. Yeah, we don't have a pass as such. No vax passport, etc. Yeah, we don't have one in Australia either. But am concerned, like Richard, and yeah, I mean, yeah, European Union is the Brussels mafia, as I call them. They are the most authoritarian. Um, I just call them the European, Chinese bureaucracy. That's what they are. It's the European version of the Chinese bureaucracy. They have no respect for human rights, no respect for the rule of law, no respect for people's liberties. They know best. They are the philosopher kings, and they know best how the rest of us plebs should live our lives in Europe. That's their sort of motto and attitude, arrogant as. Yes. We had a very cold summer, hardly sunshine over here. We also have the app. I'm not surprised. Look, currently the sun is in one of its sort of, remember, it's the sun that drives the weather. It's not carbon. And while it is a greenhouse gas, it's such a weak gas that it doesn't have a significant effect. All the frequencies that carbon dioxide works on, so does water vapor, and clouds. They're in the same frequencies, so even if you didn't have the carbon, you'd still have the same sort of temperature effects anyway. So it's just nonsense, generally speaking. But carbon dioxide now is much, much lower in terms of its effect. It always has been. But everybody makes out that it's much, much higher. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it, mate. Get some ice cream. I had my neighbour actually bring me some ice cream over. So I'm, yes. You already got some homemade half an hour ago. Yes, I did. Thank you. Hello, Kitty. Oh, God. It's Westy. The sand puller. The sand puller from the West. Yes. I heard that term. My brother Sean told me, because he was actually born in Western Australia, and he actually said they call us a sand pullers over there. So I know your nickname now. I'd say a sand puller. Let's go back to, where was I? Lost my train of thought. My location. Yeah, and I haven't even got my specs on. You're right. I forgot my specs. Yeah, I know. I better just give you a sec. I'm forgetting myself nowadays, because I haven't done it for a time. I mean, I haven't been on a live thing, and I use a projector, so I don't actually look at a TV anymore. So it's not as a big priority. It's only when I'm looking at the computer. I should have had it over here. I don't know why I don't keep it over here. I always forget. Anyway, thanks, Richard, for reminding me. And I should have put these on earlier because it is past 6 o'clock, and usually wear these if I'm on the computer about, from 3 o'clock onwards. It's a good idea because you're already, you're in that transition. 4 o'clock as daylight savings comes in, because it's going to be much later that we start getting those changes. Oh yes, and the cheesecake, exactly. I forgot about that. Both. Thank you again. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it, mate. David. Hello, amigos from Spain. Oops. G'day, DC. Hi, Harry. I hope all is well in the People's Republic of New Zealand. So do I. How is your illustrious leader there, Richard? Is she doing well? Are you paying homage to your illustrious leader? They are recording social credits. It's not, the system's not up yet, but you need to get used to it. Get up, do your sort of prostration, do all these sort of gestures. Just get ready, get yourself tuned to the new sort of reset. The horse. And follow the prompts. Bert, how are you, mate? Short hair knocks off 10 years. Yeah, it does. My hair grows too much, too fast. I mean, my barber said, "You're back again." I said, "Yes, I am." He said, you come too often here. Your hair grows too fast. And I said, well, I can't help that. I said, since I switched over to more carnivorous diet, it does grow too fast. And he goes, okay. I said, you should be complaining. You're making money off me. Yeah, he's a pretty good bloke. Had speakers off. And you shouldn't. You should all be, you're all sheep over there. Have you forgotten that, Richard? Know your place and your nature. Perfect. It's a perfect thing. as long as the majority of sheep go along with it, that's what happens. I'm getting a lot of mileage on this, Richard. G'day, mate. How's it going? Again? Yes. G'day, Sonia. Another Kiwi. Good to see you. All dictatorial regimes refer to themselves as democratic peoples, etc. Oh, yes, they do. That is so true. But it's not official yet. It's getting there. It's a work in progress. '17 and sun. Mid-autumn in Ireland. Well, it's these sort of levels now because the sunspots are not, as intense. Probably in a decade's time, when the sunspots intensify again, we'll have the same. Oh, look at how high it's getting. If you take a look at the actual historical, yeah, it's like the the virus. Poor epidemiology has driven the whole process, unfortunately. We didn't get the bone for the next few years until we get to vote again. Rinse and repeat, exactly. Know your place, peasant. It's exactly the way it goes. And as long as people, as long as we live in societies where we elect an aristocracy, that's basically all it's going to be. We're never going to have a voice or whatever. It's probably one society, Switzerland, which actually has some level of direct type democracy, which is at the local level. They do also have some like referendums for major things as well. So it's not a, compared to many other systems, it could be worse. They had a vote a couple of years ago for to help out the bankers, although really struggling, the bankers. And the government tried to push something through. The people voted it down, which is great. So they didn't get their way. Even though the bankers dominate that economy, they still didn't get their way. And that's a good thing. But it could go further, but, Me neither. God, it's been just... I mean, we've had a couple of warm days, but it's hasn't really been that fantastic. It's been on and off. Ah, yes, they definitely can. And you dispute it. What's wrong with you, Angela? Ah, yes, they blame each other for everything, including sunspots. I haven't seen any. It's no wonder it's so cold. They're not getting warm. You're having an average summer in the Northern Hemisphere. And I suspect if the sunspots still don't appear, yes, that ball in the sky is just not doing the job, warming us up, unfortunately. Yeah, I thought it was funny as well. He's from the Netherlands. Fire up some smog plants. Exactly. It does work. Back for round two. Good to see you here, AG. I'll just float through the next one. I did like this. Get some ice cream. But I did get some ice cream. But the happy birthday is well appreciated, mate. Yes, I did. Half an hour ago. Yes, I did. Sand puller. Oops. Yes, Blinker's floated in and he's floated out. He's hiding. Ah, yes, that was nice. I actually had a few spoonfuls of that. That was really nice. Oh, that's it. That's it. Groper. It's groper. Yeah. You grope your balls. That's right. Rub a bit of sand into them. Yeah. Fair point. I had a Muppet moment. I knew it was saying something. It was last night. I heard it last night for the first time. I couldn't remember it exactly. Oh, thanks for correcting me, Sand Groper. Oh, it's definitely his bird. Come to Discord. They've had a fiery they had a fiery session over there. I heard it was all aluminium based. They got way too overexcited. I'm wearing my Roy's. Good for you. You're 2 hours ahead of me. That's the reason. It's not necessary, Angela. Yes, you click a dollar button there or whatever it is, and that's how it actually works. And thanks for that other donation that you made to the Smith family. Appreciate it. Harry, do you have any suggestions of mechanistic studies I could suggest to my professor to undertake? As in any mechanistic studies that haven't been studied through or should be looked at. Okay, let me think about it. I think I can think of one thing. Thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. Let me just see. Can I actually bounce between that? No, I can't. Just trying to get an easy way to do this. These never work easily. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oops. Let me think about it, AG. I'll think about it. Because there's a number of things. Send me an email. Tell me exactly what your professor specializes in, because sometimes people that are specializing in specific areas of research, it's much easier for them to get grants, because grants are linked to the speciality. It's much easier to get money, where if you're going outside your normal lane, it's much harder. So just send me some information about your professor, and I'll think about a couple of things. I may even have a chat with Bart about it and see what he thinks as well, because he knows some of these procedures a bit better, so he can sort of guide me in putting something together which is consistent with the procedures that are required. Yeah, because that would be interesting. There's probably a lot of things that I can think of off the top of my head, but at the same time, you have to get it in a, there's an academic approach and a vigor. Yeah, so, yeah, and that was that comment. Thank you, Richard. What are my thoughts on stevia? Any negative effects on the gut microbiome? Nothing that we've actually seen. It doesn't act as an alcohol sugar, AG, so it doesn't seem to. It doesn't also have an effect, a big marginal effect on insulin either. So where other alcohol sugars can actually rise, have a spike insulin or make it rise to some extent, and then it will come down. Some of the actual nasty ones, like aspartame and stuff like that, they can actually rise insulin even higher than raw sugar. So they're really bad. When it comes to the gut microbiome, and stevia, I've seen studies most studies sort of don't really, sort of like they say, well, it's sort of neutral. Some claim that there are benefits, but they haven't actually, it's more associational. So there's nothing really mechanistic. There's nothing clinical. There's only associational stuff that actually says, that it's not too bad and all that. Even the xylitol stuff is associational. People that use xylitol seem to have less cavities, but they may be doing other things as well. It is epidemiology after all. It seems that it's less problematic. Erythritol again is that most 90% of that ends up in the feces and excreted, and it has a very low insulinogenic effect compared to all the other alcohol and other type of sweeteners out there. It's a sort of it's a mixed bag in that regard. But when it comes to stevia in itself, no direct link for any negative stuff in that regard, but no positive link. There are claims, but I haven't really seen those claims be supported. So I'm not going to say neutral because I don't know, and I don't think we really have enough good data to really be 100%. But from general observation, it doesn't seem to be a problem on general observation. That's all I can say, and that's all anyone can say in that regard. And Alex, I know Alex had gut problems, and he's saying, I used stevia, no problems here. Yep. And yeah, we've talked about, I won't go into Alex's history, but yeah, he's had issues in the past, historical ones, and he seems to think that out of all the stuff that he's tried in terms of sweeteners, it's going to have less reactivity with the gut from what we've seen. So at this stage, I won't say beneficial, but I won't say negative. I'll just say, and I won't even say neutral because we don't know, but it seems to be neutral for the majority of people. I haven't heard anyone say that they've had problems with stevia. So that's probably about as far as we can go with that. So it's probably the least problematic, that and erythritol. Now, erythritol, if you have excessive amounts, because a lot of it ends up in the colon, 90% of it, don't know. That's a hard one, but you'd have to have quite a bit. Most of the studies that I've looked is people having like excessive amounts. It may have some, gut, but nothing that is harmful. So it's not a real issue. But I think all these alcohol, sugars, and sweeteners, if you have them in the excess amounts, it's just not a normal thing. But all the experiments where they've shown problems have been like in very high amounts in rats. So hard to say in that regard. As Alex said earlier, he hasn't had any problems with stevia. And Richard's using both stevia and erythritol, hasn't had any problems. I think you have to really have excessive levels before you have any problems. Any sort of digestive type, it's more related to the colon, any sort of stuff. So you're probably okay at, normal levels that most people are using periodically now and then. Harry, you mentioned in the past that aspirin is not good long term. Can you elaborate? Small dose? It's because there is research. I haven't actually done look, but there's some research that actually indicates that it can actually have negative effects in the lungs. That's where the issue is. The hairline structures that are in the lungs, they can collapse. They can it seems when you have too much and you're not clearing it out properly. I'm not sure how many people it affects to the degree. It seems to vary. There are some genetics which have to do with aspirin. So some people can be affected and some people not as bad or whatever. And it's the reason why I don't recommend it. I know people talk about, COX inhibitors, and they talk about all these pathways that it can be helpful for inflammation and all sorts of things in that regard. But at the end of the day, naturally we would have used the occasionally, periodically for pain, maybe pain management for an injury or whatever for a very small amount of time, but not for long-term use. And aspirin, between it and the bark extract that it comes from, and I forget the name of it at the moment, it's not coming to my head, it are slightly chemically different. And it seems that aspirin does have this sort of paralyzing effect in the villi. And it affects different people depending on their genetics. And that's why I can't recommend it or support it, because I don't know what people's genetics are in that regard. I know my genetics don't seem to be really affected in any. There are some issues, but not major issues, but there can be. So it's one of those things that, as a precautionary principle, I usually say to people, don't use it. You don't need it. You don't need a blood thinner. If you're on a species-appropriate diet, you earth yourself and you use something like citrulline that increases nitric oxide synthesis, you will get vasodilation. And if you're not pounding in the sugars and not pounding in the seed oils, you're not having the inflammation and you're not having that. Do you need aspirin? No. I know it's fashionable within the repeat community to be using aspirin, but, a lot of idiotic things are, fashionable in that community. Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. Yes, Harry, if someone is heterogenesis for heterozygous for MTHFR, it says that you are high risk of thrombosis. I'm going to sneeze. I want to sneeze. It says you are high risk of thrombosis. Would you put you at a higher risk of mRNA vaccine side effects? Look, I'm homozygous, which is the sort of the worst type in that regard. There are other genetics as well that do play a role here. So it seems there is an association. We don't have any clinical studies showing otherwise, but definitely, there probably is a slight risk compared to others, but it's associational and very low from what we can see in the literature. So got to be careful with these sort of things. It has to do with the methylation as well, processes that can make you a bit more susceptible. But then your diet, your vitamin D status, there's a lot of factors that are at play. It's a more complicated, nuanced picture in that regard. So I don't get too worried in that regard. But, as I said, I'm sticking to vitamin D for the time being until the Novavax comes out. And if people have been forced to take the AstraZeneca or something like that, obviously, taking some steps in that regard. Like I have said, for about six weeks to take a low-dose aspirin, even though I don't recommend aspirin for long-term use, but as a low dose, as a blood thinner, it's probably, if you can get the extract, the bark extract, even better, and supplement with that for a period of time. But if you can't, and you don't have the time frame to order it and get it, then a low-dose aspirin maybe the way to go. It's not the best option. I'm trying to encourage people not to go down that pathway, but at the end of the day, it's your body. I can't tell you what to do. You need to make your own choice and live with the consequences. We don't know enough. We know that in oncology, up to 2 years, we've had side effects. But if you have a well-regulated immune system with a good vitamin D status, you should be fine. Theoretically, I can't promise you anything, AG, at all. Nobody can. But theoretically, if you've done it and you've got a good vitamin D status, you're probably at slightly less risk. But yeah, it can be sort of problematic. There's associational data, and even in oncology with the methylation cycle for some people. But again, that's retrospective studies case studies looking backwards. Prospective studies looking forward, we don't have any. So, yep, I covered that. I probably should do something on aspirin at some point and look at what the literature really says and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'll add that to my list a little bit, but it will be later, much later. Followed prompts, and then it asked for Google Pass donation. Yeah, if you're not logged in, you can't. You have to your account. You have to go through your account or something along those lines. Yep. See. I used to vote for ALCP as a protest vote. One party system. Ah, yes. It is, after all. Do you think gut dysbiosis can be connected to chronic sinus issues? DC, they do relate. They do relate. Remember from your mouth and nose right down to your anus, all that is connected. There's a lot of interaction between these areas. Most people don't even realize most of the SIBO that most people get actually originates in the mouth and not in the gut. Yes, some SIBO does originate from the colon, but primarily large portions of it is basically because of poor stomach acid. And we can rectify that with a steak and a bit of taurine. And, in the short-term HCl and stuff like that until everything sorts itself out. But taurine is the one that actually really increases and maintains good stomach acidity. And that's why steak will always maintain good stomach acidity. It's just basically we've been less animal-based and we've compromised the functioning of the stomach for a very long time and down-regulated some of these systems, and now it takes time for the body to adjust again. It doesn't take too long, so nothing to really be too worried about. But yeah, they can be, because it's all mucosal layers and all this sort of the tight junctions, and saturates play a role in there, and so does vitamin D for tightening up those junctions. So yes, they are all interrelated in that regard. So nutrition, as I've always said, salt, sun, and meat is my sort of thing that I talk about. For how long and in what dose would use those if one suspects gut dysbiosis? Probably up to 6 months. So you want to get good levels of colonization in the actual gut in that regard. So that's really important. And you want to suppress, as you're actually changing and improving your diet, also you want to put back, because most people that have got gut problems have got very low lactobacillus strains. So it's good to get a sort of a lactobacillus type, for a short term. Some people can react a bit funny with lactobacillus if they use a lot very quickly. So it depends on the person. Some people, it's just not an issue. So, and it's usually the reaction because you've got a bit of interaction between all the other bacteria in there. So a lot of the pathogenics. So I usually tend to say to people, use these, suppress the nasties, use B vitamins and for 3 months, and use vitamin D, slightly higher dose, in order to basically, or if you get out in the sun more often, if you're in a warmer environment, and slowly build up your beneficial bacteria through the exchange of B vitamins. But if you want to add a bit of support for that with some of the lactobacillus, putting some in, because you don't know whether you've actually killed off certain strains. It's hard to say unless you go and actually do a test and check to find out exactly what strains do you have in your gut and what don't you have. That's a different ball game altogether. So if you go and check your poop checked, and not by Goji Man, and basically have that assessed, DC, you'll probably get a sort of a list from a good company that will actually show you all the different bacterial strains and potentially even the ones that you're missing. And then you can actually go away and actually put those back in that regard and support their growth with B vitamins. And when you actually have an animal-based diet, which is much higher in B vitamins, plus the sun, because they use more, they tend to basically require more vitamin D, especially the lactobacillus. So, isn't it strange? We get coated in lactobacillus strains when we come out of our mother's birth canal. It's just natural. And these are the ones that get decimated by glyphosate, decimated by antibiotics. And that's why a lot of people in the modern world are having a lot of these problems. Overuse of glyphosate in the food supply and overuse of antibiotics. Antibiotics are only to be used for, severe secondary infections and primary infections, like sepsis and stuff like that. The sort of casual use that people have nowadays is just ridiculous, to say the least. Or thoughts? I heard a vegan say, in regards to just send me the link of the vegan and what they said, because a lot of the vegans say a lot of things, and it's always good to gives me an opportunity to make a little polemic video in that regard. So probably help me. But I suspect you're just being a bit facetious. Yes. I don't think there's a kibble gene, but if you've got actually a vegan that's actually saying, I know you're actually being facetious now, but if they're actually, you've heard of some vegans saying something in regards to certain genetics that they think, because you've probably heard something, that's why you're actually using this humor, but do send it to me, because I would love to tear it apart as part of my myths and falsehoods. Anyway, I need to drink more coffee. I'm not on my game tonight for whatever reason. I've neglected. I've only drank half of it before, and I forgot it here, and it's gone cold. Oh, well, cold coffee. It's been there for about 3 hours. Yep. And Yeah, 1 in 50,000 is quite high. Depends on the population groups as well in that regard. There's a lot of things. My concern is also long term. There's just so many question marks, and we could have gone down a different pathway. We could have gone down for a traditional approach, traditionally made vaccines, like we've done in the past, and basically, put less people at risk. I mean, obviously, the AstraZeneca's got problems in terms of, but so does the Pfizer in terms of clotting factors. It's not only, there's also the Johnson & Johnson. That's also seems to, the way they've actually designed it seems to have effect in some people, neurological things. So there's a lot of issues there. And as I said, you're playing Russian roulette. When it's a respiratory infection, if you maintain a good vitamin D status, why take the risk, is my opinion. And the only reason I'll be considering the Novavax is travel, again, for travel purposes. So, which is annoying, but, because I basically, when I do recommend vaccines and I do take vaccines, use vaccines myself, I know that those vaccines have been assessed over a 5 to 7 year period. And I know that I'm not in the risk groups because I've checked my genetics and stuff like that. And I don't have a problem using those. But the biggest problem with these ones, we haven't identified anything. And it's new technology. It's never been used in the vaccine field ever. This is now for the first time being used. And it's a very profitable for these companies. That's why they're using it. So I'm not going to contribute to their profiteering at the expense of a lot of people, is my opinion. What are your thoughts on sunspots that come out on people's skin as they get older, if they hardly go in the sun? Any idea? It's usually basically related to a lot of these liver issues. These sort of, if people have got some low-grade inflammation, that can also happen. So there's a number of reasons for these things. It depends on the type as well. So, I mean, I used to have a lot of pimples all over my body, and I used to have some of these dark spots, like on, on the back of my hand. I used to have basically some darks, little blotches and all that. They've all gone away. So I do think it's related to diet, and you actually see people that actually consume more plant-based sort of stuff seem to have more of these. You notice it amongst vegetarians and vegans and people like that, especially vegetarians that have been doing it for a very long time, or the kibble eaters, because they are, just carb loading all the time. From what we've seen in terms of research, it seems to be related. A lot of these also lack of fat-soluble vitamins. People are more susceptible to these sort of effects, skin issues. Others more than, it depends on your genetics as well, your carotenoid conversion. And then there's also the other issues which are related to niacin. Niacin can actually help clear out some of this sort of stuff. You probably know that I periodically use about 125 milligrams of sort of niacin, plus what I get from my food. And that helps with skin damage and stuff like that. Pork is probably the best food source for niacin in that regard, also for thiamine, which is important for energy production. So I would say that if you want to eliminate some of that and clear up your skin, the more animal-based you are, the more better results you'll get over time. It can be cleared out. I mean, I used to have quite a few little blotches all over the place, and they've cleared out. Even my father used to have some blotches, and his blotches have actually gone away. So even if you're very old, like he's 87, even if you're very old, you can still reverse some of that stuff. So it's never too late. Basically, it's really never too late. But it probably takes I noticed it took me a couple of years, and that's because you have cellular turnover over 7 years. So it takes time. Not all your cells of your skin are going to turn over at the same rate. It's going to be different parts and all that. And it will take a number of years, if you keep your diet cleaner, to get rid of a lot of this sort of stuff. Thanks, Bert. Bjorn, mate, how are you? Oh, what's up? We're having a live stream. Been a while. People have been saying, where are you? I was taking a bit of a break, mate. And I had also my birthday break as well. So did a few things, a bit of controversy there to just whip up some feverish sort of behavior people out there. So got them going. Had a bit of fun. Hopefully some of them got them thinking about some of these things, the importance of an ancestral diet in basically regulating your body much better, in being able to excrete heavy metals, stuff like that. Humans have been in all sorts of environments. If you look around the world, I mean, even on the island of Ikaria, some of the areas there's a bit of radiation that comes from the rocks. Now, that's a hermetic effect, so it's not a healthy thing, but still, those people are still living longer because they're eating a more ancestral diet. So bodies are robust. Give it what it needs and don't give a crap. Things do much, much way better. What studies can you use rat data for, and what studies should you not extrapolate for rat data? You shouldn't extrapolate, especially dietary. Anything to do with ketogenic diets, because to get a rat into ketosis takes something like nearly 90% of its calories, or its energy, to be more precise, coming from fat. It's very hard to get a rat into basically ketosis. Where humans, it's very easy. Get rid of the carbs, and you don't even need even 60% of fat, and you're in ketosis. But with rats, it's really hard. So, and they're also that some of the enzymes are different. So some of the enzymatic pathways are different. What you can actually test, you can test toxicity in rats. That's fine. Even some medications actually do not work in rats. So in a rat study, a medication may show that it's fine, but then you try it on humans and it fails. And why does it fail? Because there are genetic pathways that actually affect the metabolism. So some people's livers cannot clear out, and you can actually have some metabolites from the medication and have negative effects on people. So when you're looking at single foods, when you're looking at, like, will a food do you harm or not? You could use that on rats. Food combination, not a good thing because too many confounders. So remember the study that I actually showed, like when it comes to mammals, all mammals have a certain do very well with higher when they get enough protein. So there's no study that I've ever seen where a mammal not getting good levels of protein does bad. It's just one of those things. I mean, you've got a musculoskeletal system that requires protein. All animals require protein. So you're not going to get any, the question is, are you going to get a positive or a negative? And when we've seen with humans, give more protein, not an issue. You give them more, as long as you're not engaging the Randall cycle, you give them, the rats, more protein, not an issue. They become big, strong, stuff like that. It's the same thing with food types. So if you give a rat bacon, it actually showed protection against induced colon cancer. So you can look at those sort of things and all that. When you start mixing things and then try to extrapolate from that, even with human studies, it's wrong, But generally speaking, some sort of dietary approaches should never be done in rats. That means you shouldn't compare a keto diet or a low-carb diet with a low-fat diet or whatever in a rat. That's not going to tell you anything, because that's a rat. It has completely different pathways. It has different nutritional requirements and all that. And even the Randall cycle, stuff like that, the activation is slightly different in rats. So these sort of things, and in other mammals as well. So these things don't apply the same way. Some are similar, but not everything. Generally, the Randall cycle can be engaged in all animals, but it can vary quite a bit. And the reason for that is because animals have different enzymatic transcription factors. That means they can transcript enzymes and break down foods slightly differently. So it's really hard. So I always say to people, if you want to look at toxicity, so giving bacon to a rat or a human, are you getting any toxicity? No, you're actually getting a benefit. But that's unconfounded. You're only giving a single food, and you can actually see, are any inflammatory biomarkers going up or anything like that? No, it actually has a positive effect. So you can look at single foods in a rat. You can look single foods. It's really hard when you're combining things, because then you really don't know what the confounders. That's both for human and rat studies. The majority of cases, rats, for the majority of their history, have been used to determine toxicity and sort of efficacy of basically drugs primarily. That's their primary use. I think in nutritional areas, they should never be used, because the data is just so, forget about the confounding effect. It's just the physiology is very different, and you are going to get the wrong effects. A rat can tolerate much higher levels of carbohydrate than a human can. So if you look at a rat, I mean, you see them getting into grain silos and stuff like that. I mean, they are very much an omnivore, and very much can actually transcript a number of enzymes to be able to cope with a lot of carbohydrates compared to other species. So a rat can actually go through, if you give like grains to a cow, that's its natural food is grass, it's going to get sick. We know that. We see that. That's why they slaughter them quickly. They fatten them up on grain for a very short amount of time, and then they slaughter them so they don't get too sick. But a rat doesn't have a problem with grain, can consume as much as possible and won't show sickness in that regard. So we can't we can't look at those. So there's the areas that we never can rely on data is drugs and nutrition. For toxicity and other things like that, yeah, we can rely on rats. Single foods to see whether there's a negative effect, we can rely on that as well, because they are omnivores, so they're flexible in that regard. So those sort of things, yeah. Other things, no. But usually you don't get studies of that sort. They're very rare. As I said, when I showed you those, that study, the rat just eating a lot of protein, getting bigger and healthier, or the one where the rats were just given bacon, just meats, no sugar, no crap, no nothing, just meats to see what happens, we saw a positive effect, the bacon being protective for the colon. That's fine, those sort of things. But they're all old studies. You look at the historical studies. All the new studies, unfortunately, because of the nutritional mafia that's out there, the vagunarized nutritional mafia that's permeated academia, they just do these dodgy studies, and it tells us absolutely nothing. But then at the end of the day, when they do these sort of nutritional bullshit studies, I go, they're no different than the human bullshit studies. They have poor statistical results. They're observational, or they're basically questionnaires, and they tell us very little. They're useless. But I would never rely on a rat study for dietary advice. Definitely not. And thank you again, Angela. Very thoughts on some long-term carnivores like Sean Baker, cholesterol, LDL, trending down even since he started. I can't basically tell you. There are different things. There are people that have got an ApoE of 4.4, and they tend to basically become hyper responders, and actually their LDL tends to go up, not down. So myself, on the other hand, my LDL has always been on the sort of the lower, and so has my cholesterol, so it's never been, in the past. I don't bother anymore, but, and that's just basically because genetic differences, clearance. So we can't really extrapolate anything. At the end of the day, your genes are going to work. Dave Feldman, he's a hyper responder. He's an ApoE 4.3 and tends to basically, his LDL tends to go up on a more low carbohydrate diet. So people tend to respond very differently because of their genetics. It's basically uptaking fats into the liver and exporting them out as VLDL, where I don't know what Sean Baker's genetics are, but his genetics may be 3.3, similar to mine. And so his chylomicron remnants, their uptake is slowed down. And so you tend to, especially if you're on a low carbohydrate diet, you tend to produce far less VLDL. And if you're producing far less VLDL per hour, the consequence of that is that the less VLDL you will basically have, less LDL. It'll trend downwards over time. So that's possibly what his genetics are that are affecting that. So I don't read too much that. As far as I'm concerned, I don't really care what your triglycerides and all that are. As long as they're not glycated and as long as they're not damaged in any way, that means oxidized from oxidized lipids like seed oils and stuff like that, I don't think it's a real big issue. If you're robust, healthy, strong, those are important signs. Genetic differences are going to basically affect these, how many of these lipids are circulating at any one time. They can vary. If I was to look at a chylomicron, a remnant chylomicron, and somebody had an ApoE of 2.2, and we could actually assess that, people would say, God, these people, basically the 2.2s, have all these chylomicrons resident in their bloodstream for far too long compared to these ApoE 4.4. And people could had they had the technology back then in their reductionist sort of narrow-minded thinking, like with the LDL, they could have come up with something similar and say, oh, God, these people are uptaking it and clearing it out of the bloodstream. These people are not. That's actually a protective thing. But they wouldn't view it like that. So the body knows what it's doing. It's been doing it for millions of years, or all cells around on the planet have been doing it for millions of years. They've been transcripting the right levels to circulate for the specifically the specific genetics of that organism. As I said, it's only when you derange things, you glycate things, or you basically oxidize things, that's when you have problems. That's when you raise inflammation and have problems. Yeah, I don't even get concerned about these things. They're, for me, they're completely and utterly irrelevant. I think Bart feels the same way. We hear these sort of things and our eyes just roll over because we know it's nonsense. In the past, me, Bart, many others thought that these were important, but the more that we looked into the genetics, and we started seeing patterns. We started seeing people that had certain genetics, they had these results, hyper responders. These, and really Dave Feldman, he's done a marvelous job with the cholesterol code to basically bring out the dynamics of the lipid system and the energy system in our bodies, plus the differences between people based on their genetics. And that has been a godsend because it basically has demystified a lot of things and also allowed us to step back and say, well, we don't need to be concerned about these things. And the only time when you see an elevated ApoE, LP little a, which is a modified cholesterol with that little tail, when I see that rising, I'm saying to that person, you've got inflammation. That's the only reason. Go and do an inflammatory panel and you'll find out you've got inflammation because it's a reparative system. We use uric acid and LP little a because we don't use vitamin C as a reparative systems. So when it rises, we know that sort of, and it's a hero. LP little a is a hero. As long as it's not being chronically elevated, it's not the LP little a, it's what are you doing to your body, which is the issue. And it may not be a dietary thing, it may be an environmental thing, exposure that potentially may be rising it as well. So there are other factors. Did I miss something? I missed my little blinky. Norwegian government opened up the country this weekend. No more restrictions. Thank the fuck for that. That's good to hear. It's about bloody time that some other governments did the same thing. Yeah, no hiding indoors. You'll have to go out in the sun, mate. If you're actually, you'll have to go out. Unlikely for you, Richard. They'll probably keep you locked up, you and Bart. They've probably got you on a special list as well. Have you visited yet the actual gulag, the COVID gulag? Not yet? Don't worry, it's coming. I need an answer. Do you? Stop groping yourself. Basically. Did you ask me something, Blinky? What did you ask? Did I miss your comment or did I just sort of ignore it? The last comment you made was, and follow the prompts. What damn prompts? Okay. Ah, yes. Yeah, hell in a handbasket. Yes, it's definitely nice. You have an hen. No more hiding. Massive party last night. People hugging in the streets. About bloody time. People being normal and friendly. That's good to hear. Don't forget to walk in the centre of the road, which some people do here to avoid each other. Oh, look, I remember in the early days last year, I was walking down the street and people would just literally cross the road, keep on crossing the road. It was just ridiculous. I'm going, what is wrong with these people? There was not even an incident. There hasn't been an incident in southern Tasmania at all. It's ridiculous. Is there a best way to consume eggs with respect to nutrition, e.g., whole, yolk only, raw, cooked? You can do it anyway. It doesn't. Look, at some vitamins and minerals seem to vary between cooking and non-cooking and different styles of cooking. So if something's poached, certain vitamins can be slightly different. It's marginal. I mean, we're talking about really marginal. I wouldn't get too wound up about those effects in any regard. If you're having, like I probably, occasionally have some raw, and even raw, eggs occasionally is not going to be a problem. There is always a bit of a risk for a biotin deficiency for, if you consume too many raw eggs for too long. But it's not a big thing for occasionally. For yolks, it's not a problem. So if you use, it's the whites only, but if you yolks, it's not really a problem. And then again, it's sort of we've never really done a proper study on it to be 100%. I do have to say I do like look at some porn, Harry. Is it in regards to the actual yolks? Foil head. And I actually like, like a steak, and then just boiling the water, putting a bit of salt in it, and then doing some, poached eggs and stuff like that. And then they're not overcooked, and then just breaking it on top of the actual steak is really nice. So a bit of salt and pepper, perfect. So you can try different ways in that regard, but it's marginal. It's really, really yes. We know. Eggs are food porn. Yes, we're stealing it from the chickens. Oh, it's awful as well. You forgot about that. The vegan line. Yeah, but Sonia, I would, the way you like them, you're not going to really get many problems in regards to, missing out on much. And if you go and check the sort of the nutritional values of different ways of cooking, we're talking about very marginal differences in nutrition. As long as you don't burn them to a crisp. Yep. I usually just have raw yolks. Sometimes up to 6 raw yolks I can have. So exactly. But a few raw eggs like that, it's not going to basically, break the severely in any regards. But if you're doing it continuously, it can potentially be a problem. DJ Projectors, hello to you as well. No, I didn't. I didn't go out. I ended up falling asleep because I had a late night the previous night, and so I got up. That's why I'm sort of not on all 4 cylinders. And I actually said I'll take a quick nap, and then I literally fell asleep. So didn't go anywhere. Ended up at home, and then my next door neighbour, she knocked on the door and she brought over the actual ice cream and all that, and Yes, we had a bit of a chat, and then she said, "You didn't go out." I said, "No, I didn't go out. I fell asleep." She said, "Bloody hell, Harry." I said, "Yeah, just tired from yesterday. Long walks, and then the evening and all that, and I stayed up a bit late, and then I was just too tired and got up in the morning. I only slept about last night 6 hours, and then I got up, I did the live stream, and then I was just too bloody tired, and I just fell asleep. I was just going to nod off for a while. You know how you go to yourself, oh, just nod off for a while, and then I'll wake up. Nope, that didn't happen. The body had other ideas. So it will have to be next week. Sorry. Oh, gee. Oops. Yep. Thank you, Richard, as well. We're a pretty helpful crowd here, Sonia. We sort of keep the information flowing, which is really, really good. Has anyone had any experience with Brutus, skin ripping, itching, sounds, and sun possible trigger? Sounds like potentially some issue with fat soluble vitamins. Are you absorbing things correctly? Also, niacin is really, really good for all of the skin issues, especially ones that are actually triggered by sun, because the sun actually can, in some people, because of their genetics, can actually force the liver to produce more MMPs, matrix metalloproteinases. They're collagen degrading enzymes. It's not very clear in the literature. We know it happens in some people that have got skin type ailments, and niacin can actually really improve that, help eliminate a lot of that sort of stuff. For me, that was another reason for me, because even when I did low carb, I still had, and keto, I still had all these pimples and these skin things. And then when I upped my niacin, especially eating more pork, it all went away. Obviously, clean pork. I usually get foraged pork down in Tasmania, so good quality pork. And I noticed with the extra niacin, it made a big difference to my skin in clearing it up. I used to get pimples on my face and all sorts of things all over my back and front. So, and even when, as I said, went low carb, half of it went away, but still there was quite a bit. But going carnivore and then basically throwing in additional niacin seems to be fixed the problem for me. We know how, Richard. We know how. Yeah, but when it comes to all these sort of skin conditions, when it comes to basically, it's all collagen related, whether it's your arm, basically your skin sort of things, your bones. Remember, most of your body's made of collagen, your bones, and your skin, your gut, and all that. And most of these sort of issues are related to fat soluble vitamins and the dysregulation of matrix metalloproteinases. So yeah, but sometimes it's not enough for the fat soluble vitamins. Niacin also plays a role, and also menaquinone 4. So it's not only the vitamin D and vitamin A, but also some people like myself get better results when I throw in the menaquinone 4. You can either supplement it, or you can basically just consume brie, Gouda, and things like that. That helps. It's got good quantities. Oops. Thank you, Kate. I lost my spot there. Anyway, thank you very much. Just provide as much, provide the information. Oops, now I need to find my spot. Oops. Yeah, lard. You can actually. There's a company in Tasmania that actually does provide products like moisturizer with tallow, I believe, and I think they've got a lard one as well. So they do exist. It's called Tassie Tallow or something along those lines. If you Google it. But all these skin problems are, really related back to matrix metalloproteinases, these collagen degrading enzymes. Why are they being activated? You really have to go and check and find out what's affecting them, what's creating this reaction. Is it something in your environment? Is it something you're eating that is causing it? So you really have to Tassie Tallow. Thanks, Kate. That's exactly it, Tassie Tallow. Yeah, it is incredibly thick, the actual moisturizer. That's true. Yeah, it's when it comes to a lot of these sort of skin-related problems, you have to find out what is driving it. It may not be dietary. Matrix metalloproteinases can actually be due to environmental things, toxins, all sorts of things that can actually interact. So you got to find out exactly what it is. So go and check and see whether you're susceptible to something. Try things, remove certain things. It can be complicated to find out exactly what is actually causing some of these issues. Yeah, I did earlier. It's usually related to deranged carbohydrate metabolism and stuff like that. These sort of things. It's sort of the browning effect. It's sort of advanced glycation end products. That's sort of these manifestations of these things. Why can dairy affect some asthmatics? We don't really know. We don't really know. There's some theorizing that it may be the proteins. There are some other theorizing, but we're not very clear. I've known people that have had issues, and when they've got on a more species-appropriate diet and actually increased their vitamin D levels as well, all these issues have gone away. So is it basically that they are sensitive, or basically that these proteins are getting through the gut lining into the bloodstream and actually getting to those tissues and causing reaction? So I'd suspect it's something like that, because we didn't see these effects in the past. And asthma is related to, well, there are two types of asthma. There's the asthma that can come due to a low vitamin D status. Some people are more susceptible. Some asthmatics can be genetics, like certain substances, including aspirin, can actually flare things up. There are also people that are basically structural, like my younger sister. She was a vegetarian for many years, 25 years, and had asthma, and then came to Australia when Greece went to shit. and stayed with me, started eating a more carnivorous diet, a more animal-based diet, and within 10 months, her asthma went away completely. And so I put that down as a structural thing. So as she was getting more, because I've got a genetic thing with choline, I can't synthesize it internally, endogenously, and I can't convert it from methionine. I have to get it in the diet. And if I don't get it in the diet, I used to have bronchitis when I was young. And then it got eliminated when I went to Greece and started eating a lot of, eggs and a lot of the foods like organ meats and stuff like that had the choline, and it eliminated all that problem. Yeah, sulfates can affect some people, but again, you have to have gut permeability for that as well. G'day, zombie. But Susie had like structural, so the lung surfactant that does the clearance, which is that sort of mucus. It's like a mucus layer over the actual lungs, and that actually helps with the exchanges of gases. And that's made of choline and palmitate, which is a saturated fat, 16 carbon saturated fat. And if you consume a lot of seed oils, you can incorporate that stuff into and have that effect. So it's potentially, you don't know until you check. I usually say to people, have you got a good vitamin D status? Because all the collagen degrading enzymes in the actual lungs are regulated by vitamin D. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, do you have a structural asthma, not a general type asthma, which is maybe have some other relationships with that, it's not being triggered by a number of other things. So asthma is sort of a general word like cancer and everything else, but there are variations. Structural is very easy to fix. You just increase eating your eggs, a bit of liver and stuff like that. You get enough choline. So if you've got those genetics, it fixes it. But for other cases, it usually could be vitamin D status as well. That will fix for a lot of people. And then there are some people that are susceptible, like a zombie, sulfates and stuff like that. But then again, you sort of have to have some permeability to be able for that to happen as well. So there can be a number of factors. Factory dairy is a problem in my body. Raw dairy is a heaven. Yeah, there's a lot of, factory dairy has also, the lipids are damaged, especially when they're homogenized. So that can be a problem. And there are also a lot of the protective things like lactoferrin and many other things are lost, which is also, you end up, and if different people respond differently as well. So for some people, you can react more or less. I could have factory milk and it doesn't really affect me, and a lot of people as well, but other people are a bit more sensitive in that regard. But raw milk, I don't think affects anyone. It's really good. And the lactoferrin is very good and important for supporting the immune system, so you can't go wrong. The amount. Still no Novavax over here. I don't believe it will come. They're actually talking about November in Australia. So there was a sort of an announcement, and it wasn't even well recorded, but they said something about November. But somebody told me that it was actually, they heard that it was November, but I haven't seen the official, and I haven't checked, to be honest. Yeah, but it's been very damn slow. Yeah, it's just annoying that it's taking so damn long. you've got all these other ones that have been fast-tracked, like Pfizer and Moderna and stuff like that. And you've got Novavax that's been held up. It got stripped of funding as well in the US. It was the only, and the excuse that was given by some people in Congress in the US was that basically it hadn't sort of fulfilled some sort of bureaucratic bullshit thing. Can you imagine if Pfizer was in the same boat? They would have rubber stamped it and told them that they can provide the documentation after. They're definitely pushing Pfizer and they're definitely pushing Moderna and all these things because I don't think it's a nefarious reason. I just think that these bigger corporations have got more connections, political connections, and are getting their way in pushing their products. That's what's really happening. But it's annoying for the rest of us that are basically waiting for something that is on paper a hell of a lot safer than the garbage that they're offering at the moment. Yes, it's unfortunately. I'm currently on a hefty 2-week course of antibiotics for H. pylori infection. One thing Carnivore did not fix. Look, H. pylori is a nasty piece of work, and I've had a few beyond a few carnivores that have had similar things, and H. pylori can suppress. This is why some carnivores, they don't realize they do have a H. pylori infection, and they do much easier on raw meats. And they say, "Oh, I feel much better on raw meats." Remember cats, lions, all these sort of things. Their pH is about 2.5 or a bit higher. They do on raw meats much easier, much better. They can deal with that sort of level because it's still got some of the enzymes in there, the live enzymes, and they can help break down sort of the meats. But when you cook the meat, you lose some of that stuff. And so really you need the actual low pH to really, we've been consuming cooked meat now for 1.5 million years, very long time, but we need basically the low pH to, for that reason and also for the bacterial sort of stuff. But yeah, unfortunately, H. pylori can be a bit of a nasty thing, very hard to get rid of in that regard, and it suppresses the ability for the stomach to. Now, the antibiotics will help get a bit of taurine in you because taurine also helps with this nasty. And you'll never get rid of H. pylori. Don't be deluded that you'll get rid of H. pylori. H. pylori is part of our body. It's only when it's overexpressed. You do still need the B vitamins and the vitamin D to basically restore your gut microbiome, and you need some of the other acid-loving bacteria to come in and compete to basically keep H. pylori under control. So that's an important factor as well. So don't forget to neglect, But the key thing is for the beneficial bacteria is to bring back that sort of stuff. Norway, about 68%, I suspect, is at vaccination levels or something. I haven't actually looked at any of the European. G'day, Wacky Toaster. Just having a regular sort of live stream. The Eurasian one, as you know. I'm wondering if the H. pylori is the root cause of my health issues. Last 8 years, GERD, joint muscle pain, eczema, fatigue, Hashimoto's. Yeah, it can have an effect. If you're not absorbing, you're going to actually have malabsorption issues. A number of these things. It can be a problem. It depends. But But yeah, H. pylori is a nasty piece of work, and a lot of people suffer without even knowing about it. Yeah, especially if you're getting a lot of stomach issues and a lot of pressure. It's a well-known nasty in that regard. Hopefully, this will sort it out, bring it down. Because if you can get the pH to come down, then everything will flow from the stomach, and just if you've got taurine, get the taurine in. Maybe go a bit higher, because you want to basically increase the acidity of your stomach, which is really important. So I wouldn't actually rely on the small amount of taurine in the actual steak. I'd actually put more salt and taurine in there to basically increase that whole thing, because you really want to deal, because a lot of GERD and stuff like that is usually due to low stomach acid. That's what it is. You get basically from the pancreas some sort of acidic sort of substances that get released and percolate up through in the stomach, and that's what comes out, because you're not acidic enough to basically seal off the valve at the top, which is usually the problem. And there is no mechanistic studies, but there is anecdotal studies that H. pylori can interfere with that. But it's not very clear in that regard. It sort of seems to cause esophageal issues as well as a consequence. But then again, that's associational. We've never done the proper experiments, so we're extrapolating again, which is the thing. But it wouldn't surprise me, Bjorn, if it has something to do with those sort of things. Yes, very much. DJ Projectus, very much so. Harry, you always say processed food has high levels of deuterium, protein powders, exactly. Why or how does this happen? Look, when we process, see, meat in itself, the protein of meat or other proteins usually have the animals sort of deuterium depleted, the actual, and then you've got the other side where you've got like the plant protein also that is coming from the green parts and stuff like that, and that also has like deuterium depleted water in it. And that water content, that's another reason why you shouldn't overcook your steak, because the more you overcook your steak, the less deuterium depleted water, more of that gets lost. For some reason my throat's drying out. So what happens is the protein structures also seem to alter. So when all proteins have a certain sort of structure, and they hold on to isotopes of hydrogen. Now that can be altered in the processing. So one, you lose the low deuterium type water content of the steak or the food, and so you create a concentrate, and so you concentrate the amount of basically, because remember what I've said before, how you having a steak, the meat part with the fat part, the average 1-to-1 brings down the amount of deuterium coming in from the food. So it sort of balances, it sort of dilutes the levels, because, where fats are in the below 130, meats are in the 140 odd, depending on whether it's grain fed or this sort of stuff. So you're actually sort of averaging out in a sense. When you actually eliminate all the water of the protein, you've automatically eliminated all the low deuterium component, so that's gone. So you can't actually dilute the two. And then you're probably going to put it into a smoothie with water, which is 155 parts per million, which is even higher. So you've got rid of the good water and replace it with garbage water in that. So you're adding more deuterium. And then on top of that, you're basically the hydrogen ions in the actual, some of the proteins can be altered because of the manufacturing process. That means deuterium isotopes can actually be embedded. It's not a very high amount, but the other factors combined with what's out of the processing factor can alter those hydrogen isotopes and infuse. I mean, compared to the industrial solvents and all the other stuff that they do, and it depends also on the manufacturers. So if you get a supplement, let's say out of China, and they're using all these industrial solvents and stuff like that to extract the proteins, those solvents have very high levels of deuterium. So that can pass into the protein. So it has to do also the quality of the protein powders. It will vary. Where when you're doing industrial sort of through a refinery of seed oils, it can be very high because they're using a lot of these sort of things, chemicals and stuff like that, and you get a lot of the deuterium from those combined into the food. Well, food. But with protein powders, it can vary quite a bit. But usually it'll be higher because you've lost the deuterium-depleted water. That's been removed out of that because the animal would deplete like we do. So you've lost that. And then you've basically also, the manufacturing process may add additional deuterium, and it can vary quite a lot on the extraction process. And so depending on how it's been extracted, it can vary quite a bit between 20, anywhere from 5 parts per million up to 20 parts per million. Very hard to say. So it can actually have a deuterium level even higher than sugar. But again, it depends on the manufacturing process. We've seen this, but we don't really know which companies, because unless you test something, you don't know. And the companies keep on changing their production methods and stuff like that, so it can vary. So let's say if you were to use a protein powder today, and then 2 years down the track they change the processing and add more deuterium, you wouldn't know. So you'd have to keep on checking anyway. I don't see the value in these protein powders, to be honest. Their bioavailability is low. It's about 17%. And so the utilization is 17%. So why wouldn't you go with eggs that have got a utilization of 49%, or meat, which has got double the protein powders of 32%, and it's got all these other nutrients and micronutrients that are so beneficial for the body? So it's a sort of a, yeah, it's, for me, there's no, I don't even have to think about it. It's just logical to go with the real food in that regard. But as I said, I can't tell you what your specific protein powder would have in terms of deuterium, because it's impossible to know. But I can tell you one thing to be certain, that when you put water in there, tap water, which is 155 parts per million, and this processed stuff and all that, the deuterium levels are going to be a hell of a lot higher than what they would be normally. So that's why I'd give them a miss. That's why I don't buy any protein powders, and will never promote them on this channel, because the high in deuterium, and I don't think they are healthy long term for people, especially if people want to maintain good mitochondrial health. Low deuterium diets means longevity and healthy mitochondria going for. So even if you, they may not guarantee necessarily to everyone longevity, But what they will guarantee, a low deuterium diet, it will guarantee at least long lifespan, quality lifespan, and that's important. I'd rather live, not become a centenarian, live less, live as long as my father's lived, but without any ailments, and then just drop dead. So, my way. Like, Harry, are colonoscopy preparation procedures bad for the gut? Yes, they can be. There's a lot of things in there that can actually irritate the gut and potentially cause problems. But the occasional one here or there, I've actually done a colonoscopy myself, and it was clear. And the funny thing was, my vegetarian sister also did one, and they actually found some polyps in hers. And she goes, "You had a heart condition, and you bloody..." And I said, "Well, for the last 10 years, I've been doing a carnivorous, a low carb, keto, paleo, all these sort of things. And I suspect any damage that I did have in the last decade got sorted to a large extent. And I've always loved meat. So even when I was on a sad diet, I'd still eat quite a bit of meat. So I don't think, where she didn't, she was vegetarian. So I think you still need protein. You still need protein for the collagen structures of your gut. And I think that's where we find the differences between people who, you'll find people that have got, and I've seen this even amongst diabetics, people who are diabetic and go and do a colonoscopy, and it's not a problem. No diverticulitis, no problems. And what are these people consuming? Quite a bit of meat and a lot of, refined sugars. No fiber whatsoever, none of that shit. And they don't have these sort of issues because they're getting quite a bit of protein in their diet. They're just engaging the Randall cycle and causing themselves the other issues, insulin resistance and all that. So even on a sad diet, you're not going to have the perfect colon, but it can be even healthier, a healthier colon than a plant-based person. So yes, we don't have a cecum to deal with too much fiber. I think fiber is contraindicated and can be damaging from what I've seen. And there's only one study where it was a proper clinical study where they withdrew, the one that Paul Mason talks about, where they withdrew all that sort of garbage out of their diet. They went fiber-free, and basically every single symptom went away. Oh, magical. Surprise, surprise. So that's why, the funny thing is you actually see the traditional people that have most of the gut issues are the vegans, the plant-based people, vegetarians. I mean, they're the ones that have been going to their naturopath for years. You don't see basically as many of the, and the only people that you actually see is primarily women on a sad diet. And why is that? They consume less meat, less protein. That can be the only explanation for that. But in terms of your procedure, I wouldn't get too wound up and all that. It's not the healthiest stuff that they put in those sort of things, but it's not going to really do a lot of damage. So, at the end of the day, if you want to find out what condition your gut is in, it's probably a good idea. So I did a sort of my doctor said, do you want to do one or both? And I said, I'll do both. So checked through to my stomach and up the other end, both ends, and all fine, which was good. And then my doctor said, this was some time back before I was on doing this sort of stuff. And pretty much I was told, that's when I was actually consuming a bit too much fiber and stuff like that. And pretty much said, oh, you're a hypochondriac. I was told by the gastroenterologist. He said it's probably psychosomatic, I was told, because he said, looks all good. So I was told to fuck off, basically. But, you know, I've realised since then it was, you know, my gallbladder issue. So, you know, so I realised that it was more the gallbladder that there were stones in there, because I'd done another test and they'd actually found, oh, you got some stones in here. And that's when I upped my taurine levels, and I did go through, let's say, some horrendous experiences, having, you know, a lot of strange sensations going across from my stomach down through my pancreas and all that. And I had some nights where I had so much pain, you know, but eventually cleared out. Now I've just got some sludge that's sort of remained and occasionally emerges just to be annoying in that regard. But I worked out what it was. It was a gallbladder issue that I had. Luckily, it eventually emulsified with taurine and cleared out. But I used taurine for a completely different reason. For me, it was more to get rid of the fibrotic tissue of my lungs, my heart, which is all, well, my heart cleared out completely. My lungs has come down quite a bit from the glassing effect, but I don't know where it is at the moment. I still have to go back and do another test and see whether that's completely but I can say that my lung functioning is much better, so I suspect it's cleared out. Well, I'm hoping. But if it's reduced a bit more and it hasn't completely, it's still a bonus. I'll still continue until it clears out completely. So, you know, these things can sometimes take a bit of time. But I would say I wouldn't get too wound up about the sort of preparations. They're probably not the best thing. You know, they probably cause some level of irritation, some level of inflammation. But yeah, it's better to know exactly what's happening than anything else. But no, it's not going to cause you any major issues, health issues in that regard. So don't worry too much about it. But it is annoying, I can tell you. You're constantly going to the toilet, and yeah, the loose stools and the discomfort is quite a bit as you're going through that process to getting yourself prepared. I'm sure Goji Man can analyze poop just by smelling it. He's that capable. He's a connoisseur of poo. Yes, DJ Projectors. He is truly a connoisseur, a true scientist, a poo scientist, and should be respected for that. Yeah, I know. Brain. That's what happens when you don't get enough sleep. Thanks, mate. Yeah, we know. Yes, he had one of those, yes. Rub it in. Foil head. Yes. What genetic test do you recommend for finding all these SNPs? 23andMe is what I did. But if you want to get you do need to do the comprehensive one, which is about $200 odd. If you do the other one, in the old days when I did it, I've still got my old downloaded tests. They've removed a lot of the SNPs, unfortunately. So if you do the cheaper, like $100 one, you won't get, even when they discount about 80 odd bucks or whatever, you won't get as much information. I think the other one was discounted for a while from 200 or 199 down to about 150 or whatever. Just keep an eye on it when they discount the other one, which not only provides you with additional information, which is really important. So looks like I need to get mRNA to keep my job in Melbourne. Young fit male, not sure whether to get Astra, Pfizer, even though I want Novavax. I can't tell people what to do. If I had a gun to my head and I was told Astra or Pfizer, I'd take Astra. But that's if I had a gun to my head. I don't have a gun to my head. at this shot, and I would be on aspirin for a couple of weeks, 6 weeks, and I'd be maintaining a good vitamin D status as well. But yeah, I know, AG, I sympathise with you. If they start, nobody's queried at work, which is good at my place. But if it was to happen, I'd say I'll work from home. But I can, but not everybody can, which is the problem. So I find it difficult to basically advise people. I can only tell them what I would do. But it's not something that I'm pretty pissed off about the whole thing, but keep your vitamin D levels up, mate, and get yourself a blood thinner for a while. As we said, we don't know a lot about this sort of stuff, how it's going to play out, people's different genetics. All through immigrant, vegan glow is very intense. I saw some spots on his skin. That doesn't surprise me. But remember, Gregor is not your typical basically vegan. I suspect he cheats, and I suspect he supplements very heavily to cover a whole lot of things, and probably gets the best quality supplements because he can afford them. So... And, he's well aware of homocysteine levels. He's well aware of some of these things. So he may be even supplementing specific amino acids to basically deal with some of these issues. He's probably even supplementing with vegan leucine and things like that. Some of them that are clued, that know the stuff, they know that I don't need to eat a steak, but I can go and get myself a leucine supplement, put it in there, to get the muscle protein synthesis, get those other amino acids and pay for them. So they're not clueless, these people. The average YouTuber that wants to do it naturally, they're the ones that get into trouble. These guys really know. It's only when you got people like McDougall that eats shitloads of sugar that's becoming deranged, too much starch, and just he sort of... doesn't supplement like Gregor and other people like that. The smarter ones that know how to supplement or get the high quality supplements, get the leucine supplements in there to support their muscle protein synthesis and stuff like that. Those are slightly more cluier ones. The other ones that can sustain it a bit more. It's all artificial. It's not real foods, but they are basically able to manage that misanthropic diet much better than others. So there's that factor. That's why there's going to be so many variations. But 85% will drop out because they just can't sustain it. But these guys that are really cluey, they know, they have the information how to basically hack the vegan diet to make it sort of... And I suspect they cheat. Every single vegan, ex-vegan, basically tells us they cheated multiple times. So I would not be surprised that Gregor and many of the others cheat on a continuous basis and justify to themselves, as a cheat. Like we, in our, we have a bit of sugar and stuff like that as a carnivore, and we go, I cheated. They probably do the same thing, but they won't admit it. That's the only difference. So, yes. Yeah, they're very similar. I mean, they are slightly different, and while they use similar technology, they are slightly different. The design. I mean, even the Novavax, for instance, they have actually mutated the actual, so the bond, so it doesn't snap off. The spike doesn't snap off and circulate all over the place, which is a good thing. So by doing that bond, that an enzyme cannot go there and cleave it off, which keeps it in the locality where the immune system can come in and sort it. Where all these other ones slightly vary some of their approaches and the way they've actually dealt with it. So you can get variations. And that's why we noticed even in the Astra certain clotting factors, but we didn't see any, even though the technology with a Johnson & Johnson is similar. It's a viral vector. There are differences in the way they're manufactured. And so we've seen different effects when it comes to basically between the different viral vector ones. I don't know. Sputnik one is also a viral vector, and that's slightly different as well. It seems to be slightly less problematic compared to the AstraZeneca. So there are variations, but Johnson & Johnson is definitely one that I would not recommend, because it basically has shown if you've got the genetics, you can then that are susceptible, and we haven't actually mapped all the genetics yet, because as I said, we haven't done the 5 to 7 year studies, but there have been catastrophic neurological effects in people. The clotting factors, it depends whether you've got a lot of the clotting factors or not. I don't have these clotting factors, which is, if I had to take AstraZeneca, I'd have less issues in that regard. But I'm waiting for Novavax. As I said, I'll stick to vitamin D for the time being, or go home, or be sent home if I'm forced in that regard. But as I said, not everybody's circumstances are the same. But there are, even though the technology is similar between Moderna and Pfizer, there are some variations, some differences. So they will interact slightly different in that way. And really, at this stage, maybe Moderna is less problematic compared to Pfizer, but still it's unclear. Again, it may be genetics. It may depend on the genetics of the person. So there's a lot of unclear things out there, unfortunately. But if I was basically between the Pfizer and Moderna, probably the Moderna is less potentially problematic. The AstraZeneca is probably less problematic than Johnson & Johnson as a viral vector, but they do have issues, all of them, in different ways. Maintaining a good vitamin D status is important, because your immune response is going to be quicker. It's going to clear this is going to get the immune response, but it's going to clear the stuff out much faster. So you're going to get less residual. So by taking out so you got a good vitamin D status. I'll just explain it from scratch. You got a good vitamin D status. So you have, or you have a low vitamin D status. So you basically take the Pfizer, Moderna, or viral vector ones. It gets into your system. It goes into the cells, starts replicating. Your immune system is in a good state. It clears it out much faster. So you will have less proteins, staying around, potentially causing any long-term issues. Still, some will be basically, we don't know about incorporation into junk DNA. That's unclear because we've got no studies. Incorporation in the inside of the cell, we're not 100% sure about that sort of stuff, and the potential for, ramifications down the track, a couple of years down the track. And I've said, if you've taken one of these, if you've got a good immune system, well regulated by vitamin D, you're probably going to have less long COVID type symptoms or low grade type negative symptoms, because you'll have less of this stuff in your system. It'll be cleared out or suppressed in your system far more than somebody who's got a low vitamin D status, has got comorbidities, not as healthy. They basically will have far more worse potentially outcomes in the long run. But again, how much, we don't know. It all varies. It's hard to say. We're sort of speculating based on previous oncology research of people who are in a bad state getting worse after a couple of years. So there's a lot of question marks on all this sort of stuff. But I've basically tried to cover those 2 points of maintaining a good vitamin D status and dealing with any clotting factors potential. Because even the Moderna and Pfizer and all that, they can still also cause some clotting factors. Slightly different. And they do vary on the genes that they affect. So yeah, that's why you can't recommend anything to anyone. You don't know their genetics. You don't know. You can only say, well, these are the risks. These are some of the things you may be able to do to sort of mitigate or lower the risk. But at the end of the day, it's going to be your choice which way you go. I can only give you just general stuff, but I won't be taking those options personally. Yeah, I think that's all I can say on that subject. It's a troubling subject for me and for a lot of other people. And I feel for people that are in a difficult spot. I do feel, because I can't imagine being in that spot, income, you've got a mortgage to pay, you've got children to feed and all that sort of stuff. It's fucking, it's a really shit situation to be in. To be honest, it's really a shit situation. I wouldn't want that on anyone. But it is what it is, currently. Pretty much governments are just steamrolling over and forcing this sort of stuff. It's just, fucking pisses me off. But anyway, right, I didn't research it all. I just offered free in my local chemist. Look, a lot of people haven't looked into it. Check out some of my videos. I cover some of these areas just to get them. But maintain a good vitamin D status, please. And use some aspirin for about 6 weeks, just in case. I don't know what your clotting factors are like, personally, just to basically. But vitamin D is really, really important to maintain your levels at a good, healthy level to regulate your immune system. Yep. Thanks, Richard. Exactly. In the UK, I think they're saying under 40s just not get AZ. Sean Baker was suggesting in the US to get an antibody test and go to court, as various news studies suggest natural immunity is better. Obviously, natural immunity is going to be the best. If you've got natural immunity, you've got natural immunity to the entire, not only the spikes, but the entire I just took some vitamin D3. Thanks, Harry. You're welcome, mate. Are you in Australia? I hope you didn't take. If you're taking it too late, you're not going to get much sleep tonight. I can tell you, it does suppress melatonin. You should only basically take vitamin D between 11 o'clock, 10:30 to 3 o'clock. But I usually take my vitamin D between 11 o'clock, which is the strongest intensity of UVB, 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock. That's the time I take my vitamin D, the best time to take it. It depends on the jurisdiction. Not every country has the same jurisdiction. You can actually, some countries have a human rights legislation. Some countries have a Bill of Rights, like the US, so it can vary. And some constitutions, like the Australian one, can override human rights and everything in a national emergency or pandemic or whatever. And New Zealand has no constitution, but the Waitangi Treaty, governments can decide whatever as a majority. So as long as they don't violate the spirit of, the sort of common law spirit of rights and all that. But usually nowadays they just trample over that sort of stuff, unfortunately. And legal recourse can be prohibitively expensive for some people. Some people, sure, may be able to afford it. Most people may not. Not everybody has the finances to go to court as well. But yes, that's the problem. Yes, DJ Projectors. Yes, he's on fire. I suspect there's going to be in the future, there will be case studies. There will be trials where there'll be basically class actions, where a lot of people come together. But at this stage, it's still in the early stages. And unfortunately, a lot of people out there, do find out, if you're in the US, do find out whether there are any groups or whether in your state there are some sort of authority you can actually direct towards. Sometimes there are exemptions, there's all sorts of things. If you can actually convince your doctor to write you up a thing saying you have clotting factors, you tend to be susceptible and all that, and that it could be a risk to your health, maybe, So it really depends. There's a lot of things you could potentially do to avoid. You've got to investigate them. And the problem is you've got to investigate them in the different jurisdictions. Well, I personally wouldn't take the jab, even if I knew it was 100% safe. Sure, you can travel, etc. But was solidly supporting a new segregated society. Sorry to bring up politics. No, it's not actually. It is a good point. Politicians are basically mandating things, and they shouldn't be. I've actually said there is basically the Nuremberg Code is quite clear that basically you cannot mandate a medical intervention. People, when you go even when you go for a surgery that you've actually organised with your GP, you've signed the document that you're going to have the surgery, you've gone in, what do? The doctors will ask you, can you basically sign this document saying that you accept the risks of this procedure? All that sort of stuff has come because of the Nuremberg Convention Code, that basically doctors cannot experiment on people, that they basically have to tell you exactly what the procedure is, and they can't force you. When people start mandating things, or an employer mandates things or stuff like that, if you have negative effects, you can take them. They should be prosecuted. In the future, they probably will. The Nuremberg Convention is quite clear. You can't force people under duress or anything to undertake a medical procedure, all this sort of stuff. So, but this is what's happening, unfortunately. And they're justifying it on, it's a pandemic. But even we've had pandemics in the past, and there's never been, even in the past pandemics, like mandated stuff. So that's a bullshit argument. If I want to take the risk, that's my business. It's my body. It belongs to me, not to the state. Yeah, look, I'm the same thing, I need to travel. So Novavax is the only option for me to travel. I'm not happy about it, that because, when I take the flu vax, I know, and I've tested it, and I know that it's gone through a 5 to 7 year, and I've never had any problems. But I do have a problem with even Novavax, and I sympathise with DC that, again, it hasn't gone through a 5 to 7 years. But on paper, it seems the least problematic. And from what we've seen with all the research, there hasn't been any issue. And some of the one or two incidents that did take place, they weren't even related to, when they looked after, they weren't even related to basically the actual consequence of the jab. It was more that these just people had certain comorbidities and some issues and all that. But sometimes there's the other issue as well that we sometimes forget, that when you do take something like a jab or whatever, you actually heighten the immune system, the immune response. And so if you don't have a good vitamin D status, that overexcitement of the immune system could potentially in some people have some negative effects as well. Irrespective, so there may not be a causal direct connection to the actual vaccine, but there can be due to the overexpression of the immune system. So that could be a problem in some people, potentially. And that's another reason why I say, even if you're going to do the Novavax, maintain a good vitamin D status. You know, when you're dealing with that sort of stuff, the immune system, you want a well-regulated, tuned immune system. Yeah, that's the problem. It could be a couple of years. You know. And also social, I know, it's fucking shit, this Chinese style social credit system. They're trying to actually even sneak it in the Western countries slowly, insidiously. They're trying to push it in different ways, like in food programs or social welfare programs, that you have to have the jab in order to basically for benefits and stuff like that. They're talking about that is basically a stealthy way for a social credit system. You know, if you want service or want to access a school or want to do this or whatever, you have to. That's a social credit thing. You do the right thing, and we will give you these benefits. That's no different than the Chinese system. It's just not like a complete system. It's sort of it's like little brother type combinations, but it's eventually it cajoles, it sort of herds people in the same direction. So it's the same, it's just not in the same forceful way that you get in China, but it's the same bloody stuff. And it's social credits by stealth. Yep, understand. Had to take vaccine to go to South Africa, Asia. Africa just didn't need to take experimental vaccines. That's the difference. Yeah, a lot of us find ourselves in a situation where, I just say to people like yourself, Dom, just keep your vitamin D status in a good place. So if you've got certain genetics that could potentially cause a problem a few years down the track, it won't happen, hopefully. That's the important thing, because we've seen now even the oncology stuff that I showed in that video, even, and these are oncologists talking to people that are their patients, that even up to 2 years you could have side effects. I think a well-regulated immune system with fat-soluble vitamins is going to be your best option, whatever course you take. Even for long COVID, even if you don't take any vaccine and you get COVID, a good level of vitamin D status means you'll clear it out, like Mira did. She got it. She got injectable vitamin D. Next day, she was out of bed. She was tip-top. Not an issue. And that went down sort of fast. Bank balance. They will start to use it for a lot more in the future. Yeah, I think that's the case. I may have to find myself going to encouraging people to go to third world countries where they still use traditional vaccines for children and not these new ones. Yeah. Seems like they want to bastardize everything, the food supply, the medical system, everything. It's, you'll wonder, they're really trying to, yeah, anyway, you know what I mean, without going into it. That's okay. We know what you meant. You are traveling, getting somewhere. And different countries are going to have different requirements as well. It's I don't think it's going to be one type in that regard, but in terms of the current situation, yeah. Did you get your yellow fever? What is it called? Yellow fever, I think it is, in South America. Or is it in some countries in South America that are required it? So one that I haven't done, it's because I haven't traveled to South America. So, yep, it definitely will. Unfortunately, DJ Projectus. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my cousin's in the same. She's a consultant for a pharmaceutical multinational, so she needs to travel. Same sort of situation. I think some people in my age bracket, they sort of say, "Oh, I'm old. I'm not going to have many more kids and all that." I don't really, they seem. And then you've got the other crowd that are basically just so, the baby boomers, they never want to die. And they are fearful of everyone who's young and potentially could infect them. It's just fucking crazy world that we live in at the moment. Yeah. Problem in some countries are rejecting different facts for other countries. Oh, yeah, there's politics as well. It's just crazy. It's even though, yeah, it's especially the Sinovacs. The funny thing is, in Singapore, Sinovacs is very popular. Most people don't know that. They can't actually meet supply in Singapore. Nobody wants to do the mRNA ones. They're avoiding them in Singapore. They're probably, these are people are better educated. They've seen some of the information of these sort of vaccines and the problems in oncology and all that. And a lot of people are basically getting the Sinovacs, which is a traditionally made vaccine. Yeah, it's surprising. I actually saw a documentary and I go, Singapore? And people lining up to get and paying for it because they're not providing the Sinovacs for free in Singapore. You have to pay for it. I think it's about 20 to 30 odd bucks Singaporean dollars. So yeah, and that's a more traditional one. It's basically the whole virus deactivated, like you would do with traditional vaccines. So yeah, it's a lot of. I mean, these a lot of these people that I saw in the doc. They were educated people. They weren't the average person. So, and these people basically were paying out of their own pocket because Sinovacs isn't free. You have to pay for it. It's not part of the schedule over there. Yeah. And I may even, luckily with Novavax, it will become part of our schedule. We won't have to pay for it in Australia. But in some other countries, you may have to pay for it. So luckily, a lot of these are not that expensive. So, but still, it's annoying. Ah, yes. Do hit the like button, please. It helps the algorithm remind everyone else that this channel doesn't exist for YouTube. In the UK, it looks like Novavax is going straight to the booster, skipping the initial phase. Not good. Oh, okay. That's annoying. Yes. If you want irony, Sweden has recently blocked Israeli citizens from entering their country because of the huge spike in the number of cases in Israel. That is funny. But the reality is, you can still get the damn thing even if you've been vaccinated. The only difference is the vaccine is supposed to be like, you can still be a carrier. Most people are vitamin D deficient, and so they can still be carriers and actually spreaders even after the vaccine. Because remember, these are coronaviruses. Even when you have the flu vax, which is a coronavirus, the common cold, these are all coronaviruses. Coronaviruses, you can still be infected and be a spreader even though you've actually had the vaccine. The only difference between, like if you've had the flu vax, you won't get severe symptoms, but you can still spread the damn thing, because that's how coronaviruses are. They get into the system, they get cleared out very fast with the immune system responding. But at the same time, you can still spread in the early stages because it's just the way it is. It's a coronavirus. I mean, people know this. They know that when they get the flu, they can still have had the jab, the flu jab. They don't get severe symptoms, but they still can spread the flu around. That's the reality. It's a coronavirus. This is why this whole nonsense that you basically can prevent the spread. You can protect the population by taking the jab, that the infection rates will go down. It's bullshit. It's complete and utter bullshit. Any person, it's because we've got these political idiots, the political class, and you've got completely have no idea what coronaviruses are. And you've also got academic epidemiologists who are not virologists. They don't understand these things, and it's these people that are driving. And a lot of them, epidemiology, we know, is heavily, the academics in that field are vegans, vegetarians, ex-ecologists or current ecologists, people of that sort of form. Because I've seen some of them, and I've actually gone through their bio and looked at their historical and seen who they are. I suspect if you, in your own country, do a background check on some of these things, these people, you will find that they've been ecologists or this, or been involved in protests for the environment or stuff like that in the past. Some of these people, you just have to look. So yeah, it's a coronavirus. All coronaviruses, you get a reduction in symptoms, but you do not get protection from coronavirus in vaccinations. Because otherwise you'd get it from the flu, and the flu would be wiped out as well a long time ago. It's just bollocks, as Ted would say. Bollocks. It's just garbage. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So anyway, this is the crazy world we live in. So yeah, you can have an outbreak. Everybody be 100% vaccinated, you can still have an outbreak. And the only difference is people will not end up in ICU. They won't end up very sick. Their immune respond will reduce. But they may, if they don't have a good vitamin D status, their immune system response won't be as good. And it means that they will have those lingering after effects for a longer period of time. That's all potentially these things the vaccines can do, is minimize ICU potential, but not spreading, or not contracting or spreading. it's a yeah. Somebody needs. There's probably another video that I need to make on coronaviruses to explain how coronaviruses are different than other viruses. They're not like the polio. They're not like measles or mumps or rubella or any of these things. They operate very differently. They use different receptors. Yeah. So, and this is why I'm concerned about all these politics when it comes to coronaviruses. That where does it end? Where does it bloody end? You know, the whole purpose was to protect the elderly and stuff like that, people that were vulnerable. Now it's gone beyond a joke, you know. So, yeah, it's bloody crazy. Yeah. G'day, Jonathan. Made it here. Good. Just at the gym. Good. You're exercising yourself. That's good to hear. Good timing. Plodding my ass away in the treadmill, doing contraindicated inclining walk, as Bart would say. Yes. Yes, you're not trying to become a bodybuilder then. Yes. I've been told off from my partner not to try and increase my muscles or my body, sort of upper body thing more. Yes. Anyway, keep the women happy in our lives. I saw a short clip where the son of Eric Berg's explaining his father is crook. Okay. I haven't seen it. I don't know. I know he's basically part of that other church, which we won't mention. Yes. Yeah, I don't know much about him. In regards to his personal life, whether he's been involved in any sort of things. But, you know, his motivation is to make money and sell basically supplements, unnecessary supplements. But anyway, as in my personal opinion, but, you know, people want to buy the stuff. That's their business. Not for me to tell them what to do with their lives, but interesting. Yes. Pin a comment after so I can actually go and check it out. It'd be interesting to find out what his son is actually saying. How would you quarantine people react to my dietary requirements? If I had to go in, I wonder, 500, 700 gram meat only. Richard, reality check for you, mate. Reality check. If you're going into the New Zealand gulag, you'll be getting kibble, mate. Full-blown kibble. Fake meat as well. Beyond burger. You'll be beyond burgered, and you'll be getting kibble. That's what will be happening. You think they'll be basically? What do you think? What do you think the New Zealand gulag is? You know, 5-star Michelin restaurant. You're not going to get quality meat in there, mate. They'll be feeding you kibble morning, lunch, and dinner. He's probably gone to bed. I'm so behind on my, it's about nearly 11 o'clock. Oh, the glasses. I forgot the glasses. You're right. I forgot the glasses. Yes, it is reflecting. That's right. There's nothing wrong with looking at that sort of stuff. It's educational. How are you? How are you? Oh, llama's back. Oh, you got the llama back. Great. How are you, my dear, lovely friend? I heard airlines are supposedly refusing to fly jabbed people because of the side effects. Not sure how true through. Haven't heard anything. But it's a crazy, crazy world out there. Yes. I do occasionally. Yes. Reading through Weston A. Price, Nutrition and Physical Degeneration again. Yeah, great book. What an amazing book that is. Highly recommended, definitely. And you can download it for free. So, has to be specially arranged DJ projectors. You know, specially arranged. Harry, how to increase gut motility. I don't speak about poo, but about increasing the strength of the GI muscle. At the end of the day, it's the fat-soluble vitamins and collagen, protein, basically. Just protein, getting enough and allowing the body to improve itself. You could also be the lack of salt. Sometimes people don't have enough salt, and that can actually have an effect in the colon part. In terms of motility through the colon, you do need extra salt. And also, because what it does is salt will actually pull in more fluids into the colon and actually soften the stuff and actually allow it to move through much faster. So that's a bit of a factor with salt. But generally speaking, if you have a lot of protein, it can sometimes take up to 6 hours, 8 hours to go through the small intestine. So it can to be slowly absorbed, so your gut motility will slow down. And that's fine. That's a good thing. You want it to be able to absorb most of the nutrients out of the steak, Mike. But when it gets into the colon, you want it to sort of move a bit faster. I have basically every single day I go once at least and get rid of feces. It's a small amount. Usually if I have more dairy products, I will have slightly more volume. If I have less dairy products, I have slightly less volume. So it can vary due to my dairy consumption. If I only have meat and nothing else, it usually basically is the poop is very little that comes through in my case. And my sort of, when I see my poop getting a bit on the harder side, I know I'm not getting enough salt to pull in fluids into the colon. So really, keep the salt up in that regard. Because when you've got low insulin, the biggest problem with low insulin is you're going to be dumping. It's much harder to retain salt by the kidneys, and so you tend to require more salt, not less. Like people did in the past, before refrigeration, people were consuming up to 10 times the salt. We've got this bizarre thing. As I said, the only thing that actually could cause, I think on my first live stream, I told people this, that when you have carbohydrates in the diet, glucose can pull 3 to 4 grams of water. This is why diabetics are waterlogged. They've got so much fluids. You touch their skin and it doesn't bounce back because they're waterlogged. Sugar basically will waterlog you. So depending on the person, depending on the size of the person, depending on the tissue type and areas in the body, you will get a retention of 3 to 4 grams of water from 1 gram of glucose. So the more kibble, the more water retention in that regard. That's what causes, a lot of the blood pressure issues and all that. That's why when you're on a low carbohydrate diet and your blood pressure comes down for that reason. But as a consequence of that, you can't retain sodium as well, because insulin basically has an ability to retain sodium very easily. When your insulin goes too low, yeah, you're losing, you're dumping, you need more. You usually know that because your heart rate will go up and stuff like that, and and then shit. And that's happened to me. I was overseas and I had to literally go and give myself massive amounts of sodium to basically bring my heart rate down. That happened to me in Bali a couple of years back. So, yeah, I dehydrated too much and didn't get enough salt that day for whatever reason. I just wasn't focused. So very important to get enough sodium. And it also helps with the gut, improving colon, not small intestine, but colon motility, which is the final stage of getting rid of that sort of stuff. But I go once a day. But the size varies depending on what I've eaten. That's the only difference. And most of it is basically sort of soft or slightly harder globules that sometimes appear. And I know when I see that, I go, I'm not getting enough salt. And I make sure the next day I put a bit more extra salt in my diet. I don't really see it through the winter. It's really the summer where you're losing much more salt because you're sweating from walking and stuff like that. So you've got more salt loss as a consequence. It's just one of those things. There's tribes, therefore use milk, blood, meat, and large quantities of animal life in the Nile River. Some tribes are very, very tall, particularly the Neuros. Yep. That's one I actually did want to do a bit of a documentary on once. I've done the Tasmania. I've done the Maasai. I've talked about these are all with Bart that I did these things. I've talked about some of the others, but there are a number of other tribal groups that I haven't actually looked at. I've talked about on one of Bart's, most of the stuff I've actually done on Bart's, if you go to my chat with Bart playlist, that's where I've done most of them. I haven't actually done much on my own because I've got all these other things, a list of things that I need to do. So I do want to go back and do some archaeological and anthropological stuff next year. So, yeah, there will be more of that sort of stuff. And these sort of groups I want to look into. The Sand People of the Kalahari are really important. I did want to actually, now that reminding myself, I need to contact Mary and try to get her on because I know she's in the US. I'm not sure whether she's got back to Greece because she was visiting with her partner, her parents. So I need to find out where she's at and try and get her on and talk about the Sand People because it's one of my two favorite tribal groups is basically the Sand People and the Maasai. So I really want to interview her on that one. That's really important for me anyway. Anyway, move on. Bloody hell. Those are big girls. That sort of reminds me of the some of the Indians in sort of that were back then. I'm trying to remember which. These are the buffalo hunters, the ones that used to run ahead, and they were about 7 foot. These were tall blokes. I mean, there was even an image of one of the presidents who was over 6 foot, and they were taller than him. They were like giants, these guys, and they were on buffalo meat, and they could outrun. And buffalo actually moved, so they were actually running faster than Usain Bolt in terms of speed to be able to get ahead of because the buffalo actually run faster. So in order to get ahead of the buffalo, they used to put like a part of the actual animal skin on top of them. They would run ahead to drag all the buffaloes over the cliff. So, yeah, I just can't remember the actual tribal group. And they were very tall as well. Yeah, look, animal foods are the thing. When we look at agriculturalists, they all are short. And I mean, even I'm short as well. and that's truly because all my relatives. Yeah, take a look at my uncle, my dad's younger brother. He was taller, and my cousin, nearly 6 foot. But on my other side, definitely. And that's the only reason is because their parents were born later, before the starvation of the Second World War, where dad and mum was smacking it. They were about 10 and 9 years of age at the time. So they basically didn't grow as well. And their parents also went through starvation in the First World War. So you end up 3 generations. And I just got nutrition, and yes, takes a while to come back once you've actually done that damage over a number of the Pottinger's cat sort of effect. So, yes. Hey, if there was, yeah, next time I'll get something good pornographic on the side here, and I'll just tell me when you're actually going to take the snapshot. Let's do it properly. Kate, what I have to put up with. I'm just saying these people are desperate. They're missing out in some way. Yes. I can relate to it. I'm desperate to get back with Mira. Yes. Say no more. Let's say she won't have any rest for a couple of days once I see her. She'll be exhausted, so will I. I was particularly interested in, stop laughing, Harry, interested in the food habits, both because of high immunity and dental caries, which approximated 100%. Yeah, look, yeah, that's the Western A price. Yeah, really good stuff. Nutrition plays a big damn role, and we only see multiple generations of kibble eating and warfare and stuff like that. It affects. Mary is in Mexico ATM. Okay, is that where she is? Okay, so she's still moving up towards the US because her parents are. Because I know she was in South America. Thanks, Kate. I haven't actually looked recently. I haven't even contacted her, so yeah, I'll probably hold off for a while until she gets to the US and maybe try to organise something with her from there when she's in California. That's where her parents are apparently. And because of physical development, yep, that's right. Okay. Definitely does. Definitely does. That's stylish. Talking of sleep, yes, I know. Yes, I did sort of forget the damn things. Just shows how basically not having live streams for a couple of weeks, how disorganized I am. All over the place. Yes. Who's quick with Photoshop? Ah, yes. I'm still alive. Ah, sounds good. Yeah, look, nutrient density plays a big role. Nutrient density definitely does play a big role in that regard. And I mean, even, a number of people that have had different ailments, Terry Walls, she basically used organ meats and stuff like that as a primary meat to reverse a lot of her MS-related deficiencies. So, she sort of and look, Greeks in Greece, I know that consume in the past, in the 70s when I was there as a youngster, they consumed a lot of organ meats. So if you've got a healthy liver, you've got massive storage capacity for retinol, and it's not going to be an issue. And people in those days both were outdoors getting enough vitamin D. And as I said, it's really that when you've got a lot of retinol, you will basically put some of that retinol into receptor sites. And if you don't have enough vitamin D, you'll pull a lot of your stored vitamin D and you'll lower it. So if you've got higher of one or the other, the moment you actually go in, you put these cofactors in, it'll drag the others to activate the enzymes. And so in the short term, you get a lot of enzymatic work, but then you can become deficient in one of the two, in those fat-soluble vitamins. And that's why it's important sun and organ meats go together very well. So the food side with the exposure to the sun, and that's important in that regard. I don't see it as so much a competition, but more that you're drawing these things out and using them as cofactors. And that's where you can, if you don't have enough of one, you can eventually cause a slight deficiency over time. It's not as if one impedes the other. It's not exactly that way. It's talked about in that way, but, I say, show me the mechanism. If that's the case, it's not the case. Have a look at, oh yes, definitely do. Strength the GI muscle question. Would you rather mix whole raw eggs, raw yolks, or raw whites with raw milk? I would basically probably mix the yolks in that regard, if I was doing it on a regular basis. If I was doing it on the occasional basis, a whole egg, yes, because you've got quite a bit of biotin in the yolks as well. So even if you get some impeded from the whites, it's sort of a net positive. But if you're having whites, definitely not uncooked on their own, unless you want a biotin deficiency over time. So you won't have strong hair either. Yes. So basically, if you're going to do the raw milk, do it with the yolks, if you're going to do it on a more regular basis. Okay, did she? I haven't been keeping track of Mary, Kate, so I didn't realize she'd gone to the US and then gone back to Mexico. Okay. Thanks again. Oops. And then YouTube decided to jump and I lost all the other comments. Anyway, if I missed your comment, I missed your comment. Yes, nothing like organ meats for cats. Actually, they do need certain substances in organ meats, both that they can't get. They need taurine as well. They can't synthesize, they need to get it in the diet. So organ meats are very important for that as well. So, yes. And I think we covered that. I think I brought that up earlier. And thank you, Zombie. Yeah, it was a big evolutionary advantage, and it shows quite clearly how the Maasai dominate their area, and how if you look at the Mongols, you look at the Huns, you look at all these steppe people within Central Asia, when they invaded into different areas, they literally dominated the populations. So they were very hardy people and all that. And they had, as I said, a lactose persistency gave them a genetic advantage in terms of calories. So tribal people that don't have an advantage in terms of calories, they can't actually build big armies, big forces. The tribal people, on the other hand, or the steppes, had their horses. They milked the horses. They got the actual nutrients, and they could support more children, double the amount of children than, and so they could compete in terms of building population numbers with the agriculturalists. But they had one other advantage. Every single one of the members of the tribe was a warrior, where the agriculturalist societies, only a proportion were basically armed. And so as a proportion of the numbers of the population, agricultural societies have much less standing armies. And they need to control the peasants to basically continue doing the work for the kings and emperors. Where tribal societies, on the other hand, who have got lactose persistency, they can actually build bigger numbers, and they can actually, and also because they are hunters, they have warrior knowledge or capacity that comes from the hunting approach, plus the lactose persistency genes that give them an advantage, genetic advantage, to actually be able to provide more calories for more children, so they can bear more children, bigger numbers. And then they do have the number advantages. And that's what we saw with the Indo-Europeans. We saw that with the Greeks when they invaded the Greek tribes from the north and came in, swept in, and took out the old indigenous population, which was the Cycladic civilization and the Minoic civilization that were conquered by these tribes that came in, these initially the waves of the Achaeans, the Ionians, and the Iolians. The Dorians came much later, 1100 BC, towards the Bronze Age collapse period after that. So, and as I've shown with the carnivorous Greeks, the one that I did a while ago, they were basically the ancient Greeks, dairy and meat based, like the Maasai, very much. I think that's what gave them their warrior. I suppose it's very good for the H. pylori and gut dysbiosis. Manuka honey does seem to have some compounds in there that tend to basically suppress H. pylori. And mastic gum also tends to have that sort of effect as well. So, as I said, plants, honey can be used for medicinal purposes. They're not food, but they can be used for medicinal purposes. I mean, you've seen I've got Manuka honey as well for like a sore throat or stuff like that. So I think when people become a bit too ideological, you know what I mean, it just becomes ridiculous. So, in that regard. High deuterium food, you shouldn't be consuming it in the first place. Eat some steaks. G'day, Fluffy Rainbow. Tell them, oh dear, the sunshine today made the Miss Dr. H stream. Shame on you, Mr. Sun. Oh, that's okay. It's good to get out in the sun and enjoy the sun. Very important. So also the spectrums of the red spectrums of the sun are very important for vasodilation. They increase nitric oxide synthesis. Very important. And also heal, have a healing effect. So Very important to get out in the early sun and enjoy it. You can always watch this later. Yeah, I like T-bone steaks as well. I like also to gnaw the bone, so all the gelatinous material, but I do like gnawing the bones. I used to do it as a child. I don't think I've lost the habit. I still do it. Oh yes, do hit that like button, please. Just a reminder for anyone who hasn't. G'day, Ray. Rui Lee. How are you, mate? How are you? What's your opinion on taking resveratrol, M&M as anti-aging pro? Don't waste your money, basically, is my opinion. Resveratrol has actually been shown to have some negative effects. Plus, it's all basically hype. It doesn't really help that much. If you really want to get rid of old cells that are damaged, use senolytics like Physitin. I've done a video on that. Check it out. So Physitin is a really good one. M&M basically will get clear. Will have. I don't recommend them because they are problematic in terms of the way they operate in the body. And the way they actually operate in affecting the CD38 protective mechanisms. I think if people take high doses for a very long time, they may make themselves susceptible to some negative effects. I will do a video on this and actually go in and explain my reasonings behind it. I prefer people use niacin. At the end of the day, some of the M&M goes through the salvage pathway. I've actually discussed this before, but it also has an effect on the other pathway, and I think it does interfere with some of these other protective mechanisms, and that's why I don't like it. I prefer people use niacin, like either get it from pork, which is a high source of niacin, or take 100 milligrams of niacin. Too much of these substances can also affect a number of functionings in the liver, so it's not a good idea. Some of these things can interfere with, things like gluconeogenesis, lipolysis. The NAD or the electron chain, they can actually cause like an overload type effect. I think they can be problematic, but I'm going to make a video on it eventually and just explain my reasonings. I prefer niacin, 100 milligrams. I usually get a 250 milligram type tablet and snap it in half and basically use that. And it's a high quality one recommended in Australia. It's actually as a part of the protocol, the sort of cholesterol lowering protocol, that bullshit. But they usually recommend a couple of tablets a day. I just take half a tablet, I snap it, half a tablet for the whole day. Now, it can give you a bit of a flush. In some people, it does to me. Others, they get no effect. Even my next door neighbor, she tried it. I gave her some, had no effect, no flushing whatsoever. I hate her already. Annoying. So, yes. So you don't know your luck in this world when it comes to that. But I wouldn't bother with those sort of things. Don't waste your money. It's far better to naturally increase your NAD, support it with good nutrition and with a supplement like niacin. It's a more natural approach, and try and bring down your senescent cells with senolytics like Physitin. that's a much better way of going, of basically rebalancing the CD38 NAD sort of situation. As NAD goes down, CD38 goes up. It's a protective mechanism to prevent senescent cells becoming cancerous. And that's why I don't like these high doses of these things. In the short term, you get a bit of a benefit, but in the long term, there's a potential risk, a cancer risk. So that is why I do not recommend them at all. It's old science. I mean, I was reading about M&M and NR back 5 years ago, and I did use some, but then I moved to niacin as I started having these concerns, and I've stuck to niacin and I won't go back. Simple as that. So yeah, don't take the risk personally. What's your latest blood test show? Everything going great. I haven't had a blood test for a while now. So, but the last time I checked, everything was fine. I mean, sorry. My latest. Sorry, I'm with you. I must be tired. My latest blood, everything going great except my iron. Stored iron is great, but free iron is low. Suggestions an infection. Don't seem worried. Yeah, look, there can be a lot of factors. Stored iron usually means potentially an infection. It can be any infection. It can be just, if you've basically got, I usually say to people, if you want to check your iron, don't do it if you've got the flu. If you've got any infection, whatever infection it is, whether it's a mold infection, whether it's a flu infection, whether it's any infection itself, it can skew the results. So, and if you're not sure, go and check your CRP, C-reactive protein. Go and check your inflammatory. So if you've got your inflammation is down and then you've got a problem like that, storage, then there is some issue that needs to be resolved. Usually you will not get this. Usually when you've got a higher ferritin, you will basically have higher C-reactive protein or some, bacterial, viral, some sort of infection, which is the majority of people, unless there's some genetic reason, which is extremely rare. And usually those people don't survive until out of childhood anyway. Yeah, look, it affects people differently. It does affect different. I've known other people also that get affected. It does. It's sometimes, some of the way the body seems to process in different people can vary. And unfortunately, there's not really good research and all that. And as I say to people, you don't really need these things. It's best to keep them out and, allow the body to take the methionine, produce whatever it needs to produce, and avoid these things. This is why some people with cured meats and processed stuff and stuff like that react where others don't. It doesn't affect me at all. There sometimes can be an underlying issue with the gut in that regard, like a subclinical leaky gut issue as well. That can be also an issue. There may be something in the environment, so it may not necessarily be lectins causing this. There can be other things that can also cause permeability. Things like mold and other things like that, environmental toxins or stuff like that, things that people are exposed can have a negative effect that can combine as well with certain substances. So it can be complicated, and sometimes it's a good idea. See ya, UAE, Biff. Thanks, mate, for being here. Goodbye as well. So sometimes I would, recommend to people go and actually have a test and see whether there is any other environmental thing that's basically in your system. So that can also sort of help. Sometimes there can be certain sensitivity tests you can do. I know some naturopaths do have some sensitivity tests that people can do, and they can actually test on a whole lot of different compounds. It's even some MDs do it, that are a bit more nuanced than these things. So it sometimes pays, if you've got something, to check it and just find out and get a bit of information. It can help. There's nothing wrong. I look, when I've had things in the past, I've gone and tested myself. It's best to know, because guessing is really hard. Because sometimes certain symptoms that you think are one thing can be other things as well. And if you don't test for these things, you'll never know, and you'll be guessing, and it'll just be a frustrating experience in that regard. Good for you for trying all long antibiotics. I'd be worried for my mitochondria. Can be selective protocol them, Harry. Look, with H. pylori can be an issue. Sometimes some people can try and actually acidify their stomach, but they find it like taking a lot of HCl tablets quite a bit. And if it hasn't been if it's been a more recent infection, it seems to work. But if it's been a long-term infection where it's down-regulated the proton pumps in your stomach, it's much harder. So, and I think Bjorn said 8 years. So if it's been 8 years, then, there's some down-regulation in the stomach for a long period of time. So sometimes you're forced to use antibiotics, bring the damn things down, then meat, taurine to try and salt, because the chloride in the sodium chloride, the chloride helps with the improving the proton pumps and trying over time to get them to work better. And so bring up those levels of acidity. Lower the pH, bring up the levels of acidity so you can control any pathogens in the stomach. And that's the sort of approach that I would take. But it all is dependent on how long you've had the situation. If you've had it for a long time or not. And then there's other issues. There can be issues with basically, you got to be very careful. This is the only time I actually do recommend certain bone broths and stuff like that, and collagen related stuff, is when people have had, let's say, a very long period of time. They've ended up with holes in their stomach. So they've ended up with, some ulcerations and stuff like that. And that's where you need a lot of healing, fat soluble vitamins and stuff like that to really heal properly that sort of tissue. So it can vary in that regard. That's what I actually recommend people consume a bit more organ meats as well in that regard, because they need that additional material to basically heal the stomach lining. So it all depends on where you are. And I usually ask people, how long have you had it? What are your symptoms? Stuff like that when they email me, to get a bit of an idea, because it can vary what you need to do in that regard. Has anyone ever tried coconut butter? I'm addicted to the stuff. Yes, I have. I've tried, I've had coconut butter. I've had cacao butter, which is basically from the cocoa bean type thing. I've had that. That was interesting. I actually used it in some, let's say, treats ages ago. Yeah, it's. I also had a combination of a butter type substance that combined coconut butter with palm oil, and it was the palm. It was red palm oil, so that made it a very soft type thing. So um, I think that was South American. I just cannot remember which place, but the ingredients were South American, but it was actually produced in the US, I believe, and I got it in City Organic. They used to have it. They used to bring it in. I can't remember the brand now. It's a long time ago. They used to bring it in City Organic. If somebody went to City Organic if they're in Hobart and asked Jackie what the brand was, she'd remember and be able to tell them. They'd be able to look it up. But it was it was like a shortening that could be used like a sort of like a margarine type thing nearly. That had a real nice flavor. I used to cook with that. I used to love that. It was just, a really good combination of palm oil, red palm oil with coconut butter. Yeah, it really combined really well. It had sort of like the butter consistency as well because from the palm oil, the yellowness, and it was had a real nice flavor. I did miss that when they no longer provided it. So that was a long time. That was back in my keto days. But I would go back to use it occasionally, even now, if I had access to it. But yes, yeah. Well, that's exactly right. The Most people don't realise that the Pacific Islanders they get about 50+% of their calories from coconut oil and coconut, um, uh, and so they're and which is very highly saturated. So they pretty much get most of their energy from coconut, and which is the other thing is some of the fats also provide that extra ketone type. A lot of medium chain triglycerides in basically coconut compared to a lot of other things. So, and you don't even have to be in ketosis to basically generate them. Their skin is amazing, bone structure amazing, and muscular structure is amazing. Yep. And you know what the main meat on a lot of these islands is? It's pork. Because basically when they came, all the Polynesians come out of Taiwan, or what Taiwan is now. It used to be called Formosa. The indigenous people Formosa are basically the Polynesians, not the Chinese, the Polynesians. And there was a big the Chinese were actually, for a large period of time, were a minority until Chiang Kai-shek's military and a lot of the people that left mainland China after Mao Zedong took over the country, they went to what was called Formosa then, created Taiwan, and as a consequence, displaced the natives there that were in big numbers and made them a very small minority in comparison over time. But they come from that region, and they brought piglets with them on their long voyages, because pigs, you can just feed it scraps. And a lot of these islands, which are basically a lot of sandy islands, you can't support other ruminants. There's no grass, very little. So pigs and coconuts were the two main, and some tubers. But yeah, their meat and some fish. But actually, pork was much bigger in their diet than fish even. It's only a bit of coastal fish because, well, there you go. popular with Kate. She must be a rugby fan. G'day, Jared. I didn't notice you earlier there. I must have missed. You've probably gone now, or you're still around. I don't know. Yeah, good seeing you, mate. Did Harry just drop the cheat bomb on Gregor? Sounds legit. Yeah, keep telling it like it is. No BS. Thanks, mate. Yeah, look, these people are very much charlatans. That's how they sort of operate. I actually I used to, in the past, check some of the actual naturopathic vegans. You get a big insight. Don't forget about the general. If you Google naturopathics and vegans and go and see some of these naturopathic doctors, they've got all these different, the whole list of supplements and stuff like that, and good quality supplements in some regards, better than the average vegan out there will get. And so they really look into this, and that way they probably sustain it for a few more years, more than the average vegan. So they can go for about 20 years. They'll still get damage, deficiencies and stuff like that, but they can sustain it for longer, where the average vegan can only sustain it for about 5 years, And that's the difference, where they know how to really biohack themselves and use certain things like, leucine and stuff like that. They know it works. I mean, I've shown you guys in the studies where people can be in a fasted state, give them leucine, at least 2.6 grams of leucine, and you get muscle protein synthesis even in a fasted way. So you think in a veganerized diet, which is poor leucine content and poor protein, if you throw a leucine supplement in there, you're going to get muscle growth, even on that sort of diet. But the average vegan out there is completely and utterly ignorant about that. But some of these people that, like naturopathic and all that, they've looked into it. So they know all the supplements, and they just use them and are able to sustain that lifestyle for far longer. They do suffer still a lot of issues, health issues in the long run, but they can hold off those declines much better than others. That's the only difference. So some receptors that make coconut taste like ass. There's also the other thing, which is basically if you're basically British Isles, Scandinavia, Iceland, most of northern, I'm not sure about the poles, but the Benelux countries, which is Netherlands, Belgium, so Luxembourg, through there, the northern parts of Germany type things, have far more sort of seem to basically be those sort of groups that don't do as well, So when it comes to coconut products, and again, it's genetics, to a large extent, and both that and sort of adaptations to compounds in these sort of foods. That's usually what it is. And even some of the, what I call, probably the biggest one would be salicylates, but there are other compounds as well that people are sensitive to. I know in the British Isles, there tends to be, amongst especially the Irish, the Scottish populations, there tends to be much higher prevalence of salicylate issues compared to England, but it still does exist even in England. So it can vary, but there are those, and there are other compounds as well that they just Some of these populations also, when it comes to medium chain triglycerides, don't do as well because they've never the enzymatic transcription factors when it comes to fats, fat metabolism, tends to be slightly different. They manage better, both short. Everybody is fine with short chain fatty acids, but they manage better like long chain fats compared to medium chain fats. And so too much medium chain fats can also cause some allergy type of issues. So it can vary in that regard. It's the reason why I sometimes recommend to people that come from those regions not to do MCT oils, because they can basically potentially maybe at risk due to some of their genetics to allergy type symptoms. So it depends, but it just, those parts of the world seem to be a bit more vulnerable, including I forgot another group, the Inuit as well. And a lot of the populations within the Siberia, that northern part of my keyboard is so broken. Yeah, mine's actually messy. Needs cleaning. G'day, Loki. And I think raw spinach and other deadly stuff tastes great. I used to love spinach pies. But the difference is when my dad made spinach pies, he used to make them with shitloads of dairy product, a small amount of spinach, and that's how he made them. And I never had any problems until I went paleo and got rid of the spinach, the dairy products and the calcium, and basically did a lot. And even in my low carb days, I still was low dairy. And I was consuming massive amounts of like spinach in the morning with bacon and eggs and spinach, and ended up with about 5 cases of kidney stones, twice operated. Once it came through on its own, and the other times it took some level of hospitalization, but eventually came through sort of with hydration. The last case was I was already carnivore at the time, just starting in the early stages, and I'd just given up on most of the plants at that stage. And I had a bit of pain, but then I used a lot of citric acid. It was more due to the oxalate dumping, these effects of the 5th time. And luckily with a citric acid type approach, I prevented it. I got a bit of foaminess from the oxalate dumping, but I didn't end up with an actual another kidney stone, thankfully. So let's say I've had a lot of fun with kidney stones. Spinach is great for it, especially in people like me that are very susceptible. All right, that's the keyboard thing. I got my forced vaccine last week. Buffering. Zombie's actually in Queensland, so she can go out there naked, and she's told me in the past, in the sun. So you'll be locked up if you don't vax yourself, but you can go out naked in Queensland, apparently. Oh, damn. With dairy in a spinach pie. Yes. We won't be going back to that garbage anymore. I think we got conned years ago. Oh, spinach is great for, yeah. In Canada is flagrantly violating the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Surprise, surprise. They even require vax status to worship now. I'm not surprised at all. And I bet the current churches are complying very much. It's funny, in Greece, for instance, the top leaders in the church, some of them are saying nothing, keeping their mouth shut, which is, I would just say that basically they're cowards. Let me put it that way. Some of those bishops, there's been one or two bishops that are supporting the government. And there's a lot of the actual priests that are actually not. And they've sort of been criticised. Let's say the government has criticised these priests for not coming out firmly in support of the jab. So it's ridiculous. But what can one say? And I mean, it's not as if the Greek Orthodox Church is anti-vax. It never has been. But I think they are concerned about themselves, about these sort of things, that experimental stuff shouldn't be forced on people. And they've never had basically the requirement to have people in church vaxxed or unvaxxed or restricted or whatever. You know, the church is a place of worship. It's a place where all, both sinners and non-sinners, are welcome to, so it's definitely not a place of exclusion, let's put it that way. The governments want to impose exclusion, but it's bloody annoying. But I'll say no more, but it's bloody annoying that these governments think that they can just run shotgun over people's rights. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's actually a violation of the Nuremberg Code. A government, yes, I know. Look, Hitler's government also indemnified his doctors from any experiments they did on prisoners of war or people in the concentration camps. But that doesn't make it legal, or in accordance to the that doesn't mean that it's not a criminal thing that they're doing, just because they've got legally they can actually legislate abuse. Yes, these are the people, the high priests of anti-suffering, anti-discrimination and all that, but then they'll tell you what you can put in your body and force you legally, and also protect those who are forcing this on you. So yeah, exactly. Everyone will play along, unfortunately, which is the reality. But I believe that people like Trudeau should be basically brought up for crimes against humanity and should be tried for violations of the Nuremberg Code. You cannot mandate any medical procedure on anyone. It violates the Nuremberg Code. So it's legit to call him a Nazi. Pretty much. Russian roulette. Ah, yes. It's Jared, there's nothing like playing a bit of Russian roulette. What's wrong with you? Be adventurous. We were talking before, not about coconut oil, we were talking about coconut butter. Yes. And if you get like a shortening or a margarine type thing with palm oil in it, you've never lived unless you've tried it. Nowadays, I just stick to my low deuterium, lard, and butter and stuff like that. Much nicer. Controversial third. No, it is a zootic virus. It definitely came from an animal source. There's been plenty of labs around the world that have looked at it outside the US in particular, if you take a look, and they've clearly identified it as a zootic coming from an animal, because basically if it was a man-made, it would have characteristics that we could tell. So even basically the sort of stuff that politicians are saying at the moment in the US and in China, they're just playing games. The reality is researchers in both countries and have told them that that's not the case, but they're not listening because they just want to play the political games. Now, how China managed it, that's a different thing. Did they cover up? Yes, the local government there did for a while, because they were, it's all, you'll get blamed and get knocked off, you'll lose your position. Nothing Machiavellian, it's just basically politics in these countries where there is a fear element and you'll get blamed, so you cover up because you're too scared to reveal, and then it gets out of hand, and then eventually they do can you out of your position. It's just the way it is, unfortunately. But nah. But it's a coronavirus, no different than SARS-1. This is why people with SARS-1 actually pretty much have immunity as well, because it's very similar. It's just slight. It's a new strain of SARS-1 basically. So it's mutated from SARS-1, and it's slightly a variation. All the variants, they're not strains, they're just variants, slight variations of a specific strain. A strain is substantially different. Like the flu, it has a number of strains, but then also has a number of variants of each sort of strain in that regard. So nothing controversial. My biggest issue is that we're actually being asked to utilize for a respiratory infection when vitamin D can actually cover all this sort of stuff. We're asked to undertake experimentations on the population without having gone through the appropriate 5 to 7 years assessments to make sure that they are safe and to identify risk groups. So we haven't done that, so it's unacceptable then to mandate stuff which is experimental. It violates in nearly every single clause of the Nuremberg Code. So these people are criminals as far as I'm concerned, to put it mildly, especially when they're mandating. It's unacceptable. Yeah, yep. It's a really bad situation all round, unfortunately. G'day, Helen. Were there moves to remove class actions in Australia or some states? Have a vague recollection coming across this somewhere. I'm trying to remember myself. I think there may have been talk about it, but never anything that happened, because there is a common law right to basically take such action. So I think there may have been some politician in the past that may have talked about it or whatever, but it never really happened. It sounds familiar, but I can't really remember myself either. I think it was a while ago. I don't think it's recent. I haven't heard anything recent anyway. Alternative controversial thought. The US released a vaccine in China as a smokescreen of mask and collapsed the US. Oh, well, who knows? Unlikely. I mean, it's just crazy. Both of them basically accusing each other when it's a zootic, and they know their own researchers know it, you know. But the problem is their researchers are just basically too gutless to basically criticize their governments. And you've got academics outside, like in Japan, Korea, even in places like Iran, of all places, who basically say it's a zootic. This is the reason. I was surprised. I thought the Iranians would jump on the same bandwagon accusing the US or someone, but they didn't. They actually listened to their own researchers. That surprised me very much, because usually the Iranians will use anything to make an issue of it. But in this case, I listened to their researchers who told them, no, it's a zootic. It comes from an animal. And that's what they said officially. So that was surprising, because I didn't expect that regime to be a bit more transparent compared to the US and China. Both those countries have basically been playing politics with this zootic virus. That's my view as well, mate. That's definitely my view as well. It's while I'll stick to my vitamin D for the time being. Being that when Australia for many years, childcare benefits and access is affected by vaccination. Okay, I didn't realise it. Well, I don't access any of that sort of stuff, so I've got no idea. Yeah, look, it's happening everywhere. These sorts. It's sort of an insidious. It's sort of a low grade social credit, but it's the same thing. You're basically being forced, for that reason. Hopefully it's just a depopulation agenda. Ah, yes, exactly. It's a vegan conspiracy. Exactly. That's what it is. Yeah, no, I doubt it. I mean, if they really want to depopulate the population, there are better ways. I think that they're actually doing it through Pottinger's cat with the diet. That actually, the kibble diet is actually going to do it just as well. They don't need the vaccine, or the virus. They just basically need the kibble diet. That's definitely increasing the problems. Just have to look at autism rates. We went from a period when people were exposed to heavy metals and all sorts of things. Gasoline used to have, all sorts of heavy metals in it. And we were literally exposed to massive amounts of these things. The air quality in most industrialized countries was severe and all that. And even the vaccines in the old days had far more, aluminium, mercury, and all sorts of things. They have actually reduced substantially. But even back in the 1970s, you had basically one child in 10,000 in the US with autism, one child in 15,000 in Germany. Nowadays, if you go to places like the US, it's 1 in 59 children. Even in India, in particular in the southern part, which makes the biggest where they're vegetarians, it's 1 in 100. They're getting very bad as well. Seed oils have been introduced in the last couple of decade or so. Seed oils now are basically just everywhere. 85% of the fats used to cook in India are seed oils. 85% plus. So 15% are coming from ghee, tropical oils and stuff like that. 85% because they're cheap. They've displaced all the old fats. And then they wonder why all these ill ailments and diseases are going through the roof. So yes, Randall cycle activation, big time. So, and all these derangements that are happening, and that's why their numbers have dramatically changed from one in many thousands to 1 in 100. They are catching up rapidly to the US. again because of the high seed oil consumption that's actually happening. They are basically rapidly marching on the processed kibble and seed oil diet, like the US. The US took a number of decades to get there. The Indians are getting there more rapidly, and that's why we're seeing these rapid results that are happening. It's the diet. Always has been. Pottinger's cats, same thing. It's the friggin' diet. You can't take vaccines and reduce the mercury, aluminium in them and all that, and reduce a lot of the heavy metals in the environment, improve the fuel so it doesn't have, it's cleaner, the fuel, so that you put in your car, catalytic converters and all these other things that minimize the particulates and all that. All these environmental things have come down, and then the diseases have gone up. That tells you one thing: we've been exposed to something, and it's not all these other environmental things, it's the food. But we can't criticize the kibble. The kibble is good for you. You can't criticize it. Yes, that's probably what's driving the low birth rates and all the other health problems. It's the kibble. And when basically there's a guy, I forget his name, he's in he basically what's his name again? He's an IVF doctor, involved in reproductive issues, and he used to basically use the traditional method. He's in Miami, in Florida, but I just can't remember his name. I think he's in his mid-30s or early 40s. He's a very skinny bloke. He does a keto type low-carb diet, and he puts all his clients on a low-carb diet. He says about 5% only need some medication. The rest get pregnant just from the dietary changes, which shows quite clearly reproduction. You want better reproduction? Get on an ancestral diet, a healthier diet. Get rid of all the garbage. He's able to reverse 95% of his clients. I need to find that video and actually show you guys at one of my live streams, him telling this stuff about his success rates. It's the diet. It always bloody has been. You've got all these kibble-eating vegans and vegetarian naturopaths that will tell you, no, it's all these other things. Don't look at the kibble. It's not the kibble. That's what they tell you. It's propaganda. People need to realize that. And it's a good, it's good money earner for the naturopaths, that most of them are vegetarians. Why? Because basically they can give you all these supplements, keep you revolving door, coming in and out, never getting healthy, and just telling you, eat the kibble, be a good boy, eat the kibble, and take your naturopathic detox, and that'll be $100 for the detox. So yeah, basically, as if your body can't detox, as if it can't use taurine and stuff like that from animal foods and detox, methionine and detox. I mean, I've shown you the homocysteine and methylation stuff. You just need good animal foods. Yes, unfortunately. Yes. Anyway. Yes, it's just a bloody virus that's been poorly managed. I mean, the whole thing is, when Wuhan hit, the idiot epidemiologists didn't get all the data properly, and they didn't ask the right questions. Again, like in Greece, remember when we were doing the blue zones, they didn't ask, meat means kareas in Greece, which means beef. So they missed all these other animal foods in the questionnaires. They didn't even have an area. So they got a skewed result. These people just don't ask they're not sensitive to nuanced or stuff like that. They think that they are gods. They know everything. They are perfect. They don't need to ask questions. They can work it out themselves. Bullshit. Fucking clowns. They got the data out of Wuhan, but they forgot. They looked at the amount of people dying and contracting, and then the amount of population in Wuhan. They forgot to ask, where are all these people coming from? Are they just in Wuhan, or they're coming from all the rural areas within the province. That's where they were coming. And some were coming even outside the province, which basically meant you had all these other millions of people. So when you actually looked at the numbers and calculated, you would have realized it was just a bad flu season, equivalent to a bad flu season, not a pandemic. That's the reason why the data then didn't actually pan out in Sweden and many other countries where they looked at detailed ways. They didn't even have proper lockdowns. And they looked at detailed ways and they saw these low levels, which was just like a bad flu season. Simply put, because those cockwombles in Britain, like with, Climate Gate, this will be called COVID Gate, made in Britain again. A complete another fuck up. And the problem is politicians jumped on, all the other woke idiots jumped on. And when you've got all this sort of thing, everybody's got an interest, an agenda that's jumped on. The vegans, oh yes, it's the animal foods, they're causing this, all this bullshit that we had. Even though it came from a wild animal, you don't get these things from domestic animals, you get them from wild animals, So let's kill a whole nature. But that's their kill cult mentality. Let's annihilate the whole of nature and then no suffering. There will be no life. Obviously, it's misanthropic. They just can't accept the cycle of life and death. But getting back to this, all these people came out of the woodworks and they invested in it. And that is why it's very hard to fight them, because they're so invested in this, they can't go back and say, oh, we fucked up. So they sort of change the narrative continually. It's becoming ridiculous, to say the least. What can one say? It's becoming absolutely and utterly fucking ridiculous. Yes. Ah, yes. Drenched in butter and cream. Ah, perfect stuff. I'd happily have to Sinovax. You have to fly to Singapore. Oops. Oh, you can't fly out of the country. Yes, it's a crazy situation. And actually the Sinovax one will actually be, in a sense, better, because it's got the entire deactivated virus, all the proteins, not just the spike, everything. So you're getting a full immunity against the entire virus, not just part of it. So, but the problem is you can't access it in most other countries. It's only very few countries, some third world countries, some developing countries, and places like Singapore. But there, it's some company, Singaporean company, that actually imported it. It's not on the government register either. That's the other thing. Sinovax isn't on their register, so the government doesn't provide it for free. Got to pay for it. Yes. Bad Singapore government. Oh, look, there's plenty of, the one that I fear the most is Ebola. I truly fear Ebola. Ebola basically has corona-like characteristics. It could potentially exchange viral material in a population that gets COVID or the flu. That's the one I really fear, is Ebola basically mutating. That's my biggest, that definitely could create a pandemic, that one. If I fear anything, that's the one I fear the most. And as we move in, as places like Africa industrialize, which is their right to do and all that, that I'm not... Like in Asia in the early years when they sort of developed and more people came out of rural areas into city areas, they brought some of these zoonotic diseases and they sort of spread really rapidly. That potential thing can happen again out of Africa in the future. So, especially nowadays with, flying in and out and stuff like that. So it's greater risk to be, those are the things that really worry me, not coronaviruses, which you can control with vitamin D. I mean, it's a fucking joke, this whole situation. A respiratory infection turning the world upside down is just an absolute craziness. Yes. I had yellow fever vax back in 1992, needed to go to China. Worst was rabies shot I had in 1998. Felt rancid after each one, never again. Yeah, look, rabies shot is really bad. I sort of have heard about the rabies shot. They can be really nasty, problematic and all that. The problem is if you don't take them and you've been bitten, yes, you'll definitely die. Let's put it that way. But it's not something that, I know what you mean. But I haven't had the yellow fever one. It's probably because I don't think it's a problem anymore, a requirement for China, but I do believe it's still a requirement for a number of South American countries, still yellow fever. I don't mind doing that, but definitely the rabies one would definitely be yes. I did have one time a crazy dog sort of tried to attack me, and I used a stick to beat it away. So, yes, I'd never, but had I been bitten, it may have been an issue. Yes, you never know. So, luckily, I didn't have to go through one of those experiences. I've heard that it's not very pleasant at all. We know that we're having a bit of fun, Bjorn. We're having a bit of fun. Get into the spirit of it. Vaccinations is just an early obedience test. Exactly, DC. The politician classes has to get an idea of how far they can push you around, exactly, by the short and curlies, as we would say in Ausland. We'll do that. Exactly. And actually, Richard, that's why Jared is trying to get out of out of Canada, because he doesn't want to be incarcerated and kibble fed, spoon fed, kibble. Is that right, Jared? Come on, be honest, mate. Your prime minister up there is going to have your kibble fed in no time soon. Yes, that's definitely the bigger one. Yes, the Pottinger cat experiment on humans. Look, in a sense, I think we're just going to get sicker and sicker. There's going to be a sort of a decline in the birth rate, but I don't think it's going to get to a depopulation thing. I don't think the majority of people are going to go full-blown vegan. I mean, there's going to be a push by these characters. You may end up with about a third of the population going that way. You may then the other third doing a bit, having a few days here or there, but you'll have probably a solid third that will just say, or possibly even more eventually, so, and in a sense, even that third that may take on this sort of stuff, they're going to have so many health problems and gut problems, they're going to realize, why am I doing this? I don't feel that great, and they're going to eventually dump it. So we know that 85% fall out. So, so in a sense, short term, it could be quite bad for a number of people, but long term, it could basically, boomerang on them and send the message. I think this is the reason why a lot of these food companies are trying to push the fake foods, because they can reduce the fiber in them. And they know a lot of the plant-based fibers and compounds are the problem, and they just load them up with refined sugars and load them up with basically with plant oils. They basically make the equivalent of, as I call it, vegan, modern, the sort of the sad diet 2.0. It's a vegan sad diet 2.0, and that's what they're actually designing. So, but a proportion of those people are going to embrace not only the fake crap, the refined crap, but they will embrace some of the other plants. And that will probably give them some gut problems and all that, and say, why am I doing this? And actually switch back. So, it's going to be a mixed bag. We'll see how it plays out. It's very hard to know at this stage. But yes, so it's not going to be quite cut and dry in that regard. And most people won't even know, it's like, I don't feel that great, but I don't know why, so yes, it is a crazy, crazy situation, Lukey. It definitely is. We're living through. Okay, Tristan and Ivor spoke how amazing some Brit Polly's was on how easy it was to get us to lockdown. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Ivor's done a lot of good research showing a lot of the different epidemiological studies, clarifying a number of things, explaining some of the contradictions in the data, explaining some of the shenanigans and all that. He's done a fine job, Ivor Cummings. I think he's really been a true asset in these times to a lot of people. So do go over there. I do subscribe to him. Do go over there. Send him a couple of quids and do subscribe and support him, including Tristan as well, because he's pretty good as well. Primal Edge Health. And a good orthodox man as well. Ah, yes, obedience test. You need to get your obedience test. Yes. Ah, yes, the Vagunarized agenda. Let's not forget that. The son of Eric, you're back to Eric, said that $7 million go every year from Eric to, that group. That church. Fuck me, that's a lot of money. God, how much does he make? If he can basically give them a $7 million donation every year, God, he must be on a wicket. God. It pays to basically sell, supplements. Seems to be making a lot of money from his supporters. God almighty, I'm in the wrong business. I should be selling kibble. No thanks. I do have my morals. Ah, yes. Interesting times, as the Chinese proverb, which is actually not even a Chinese proverb. It's actually a British member of Parliament. Actually, I'm not sure whether he was from the House of Lords, maybe, a very long time ago, that actually made that connotation about interesting times. Yes. But we'll subscribe it to the Chinese in this case, since it is the C thing, the C19 thing. Ah, yes. Plenty of dosh to be made, Foilhead. Plenty of dosh to be made. Yes. And plenty of victims to be exploited out there. Yes. And thank you for putting science in quotes, because, yes, it's pseudoscience, to be more precise. Yes, the high priests of nonsense, unfortunately, is the reality. Look, I always say, because I'm an empiricist, and I always say that, we need experimental stuff to validate things. Things need to be replicatable. You just can't. Otherwise, just say you're speculating, or say you're, hypothesizing. There's nothing wrong with saying that. But don't say that it basically is proven truth, like a lot of these bullshit artists do. They are the ones that are putting science into disrepute. In in the minds of common people, which is unfortunate, So, yes, it is. It's very different in that regard. Sort of my faith, I extrapolate my faith from the, well, it is somehow based on the anthropic principle. I used to be an atheist. I used to be orthodox and became an atheist once the multiverse and a number of those theories, because if you can just have a universe that just any potential variation, well, this one's nothing special. But since with the Hadron Collider and a number of other experiments, the sort of types of particles that we're expecting from the, string theory, M theory, and all that didn't emerge. It basically was a bust, the whole hypothesis. And since it's a bust, we come back to the anthropic principle that everything is actually brought about intelligent life, which is the probability of that is extremely, extremely low when you look at the science. So, the concept then of going back to a creator that got the evolution of the universe going becomes valid again. And that's why I can actually be in both camps very comfortably nowadays. Nothing like experiments. Yep, in the nutritional field. Yes. Even the editor, I forget her name, she was the editor of the New England Journal of Medicine, and she said that 95% of the stuff that hits our papers is complete and utter garbage. Can't even be replicated. It's complete and utter garbage. And it's only the high quality sort of meta-analyses of randomized control or clinical trials and those sort of mechanistic types that can be replicated or closely correlated with strong odds ratio of inference, but all the other stuff is just garbage in there. Physics and other areas of science are less problematic, and they have better mechanisms of self-correction, but the food areas or the nutritional areas is just basically dominated by vagoonerized academics and their, let's say, the industries, the food industry that basically finances their, pseudoscience, pretty much. Yes, it's unfortunate state of affairs in the nutritional field, let alone if you go back and look at, now walks right into poo talks. Oh, yeah, we can't help it sometimes, Tracy. We just can't help it. This channel is all about, nuancing things, even poo. Oh, well, we'll beg to disagree on that sort of stuff. If you look at the Western Church, I don't have much faith in them, but I'm part of the Eastern Church, which is a very, very different animal. And we don't have these sort of, we have a separation between that which is Caesar's, and that which is God's. Faith is different. We don't actually, there's this is probably where I get off with Tristan, who rejects evolution. A lot of the American types tend to have this sort of view that that basically the fathers of the, let me put it this way, the fathers of the Greek Orthodox faith, or the fathers in Greece, those religious leaders, their view is that, leave science to the scientists and faith. Our mission is an apostolic mission to bring people away from darkness towards the light, to a more moral way of living, and a more anthropic rather than a misanthropic sort of way. They don't sit around, they basically say the field of science is for the scientists to basically interpret and come up with explanations about the material world that we live in. This is a fallen realm. It works by, it's a material world. In our faith, we accept that. We accept that what lies beyond space-time. I mean, some people call it a metaphysical world, that it's not a material world, so it's meta, away from, not related to this physical realm. But the church, actually the Greek Orthodox in particular, accepts this as a physical, natural world that works with the laws of nature, that as they interpreted by scientists, not the role of the church to do that. So it's quite clear demarcation there. It's usually the Western church that got involved in science, and it's more to do with the Industrial Revolution and some of the culture there. People have this more black and white, where we don't see sins as sins in the Greek world in the same way. Like, if you do a sin, you can actually ask for absolution, and then you get forgiven or whatever. We actually see people as just sinners. We're fallen, we're sinners. Get over it. The whole purpose of the church is to pull people away from darkness. That means to sin less. But we're not against, it's not about, you're good or sinful sort of thing. That's just nonsense. Humans are fallen. They are inherently sinful, inherently compromised. So basically what we're talking about is moving people away from darkness and closer to the light, more godlike. We use the word apotheosis, which means more godlike. Walking, you don't have godlike powers, don't worry about it. It's more to have more the attitude of Christ. That means a better moral compass in that regard. So you're moving towards the light and becoming a better person, the way you interact with people and all that. When I hear a Greek Orthodox priest talk about, they will sit there talking about, peace and loving each other and caring about each other and stuff like that, and talking about the importance, of living a more moral life and stuff like that. When I hear Western priests, like whether the Pope or whether Anglicans or whatever, they seem to get very heavily involved in politics. Didn't they remember what Christ told them? That which is Caesar's, and that which is God's is God's. There is an apostolic mission, not a political mission. They should stay out of politics. Religion has no place in politics. This is why a lot of religious leaders in Greece are getting very upset with one or two of the bishops that are saying vaccinate, and they are turning around and saying it's not our place to tell people what to do. We're not here to basically, promote politics, political messages. We're here to basically save souls and move them from darkness to light. That's our purpose in life. It's a theological, that's the purpose of the church. But, when you look at the West, the churches are up to their armpits in politics. They've lost they're no longer really religious organizations. I view them as political organizations. When I look at the Greek Orthodox Church, I'll find people that are communists, right-wingers, all sorts of political persuasions in the church. You go to the Catholic Church, you can't have any communists in there. In the Greek Orthodox Church, you'll find communists. Got it? I knew a couple of them that lived in my neighborhood when I was in Greece. So you do not find that in other churches, because the church doesn't get involved in politics. It's not its role. It stays separate, where there are two bishops in Greece that did get involved, and they've been criticised quite profusely by the rest of the clergy, and it's right. And some idiots on social media are criticising our priests and saying that they don't care about people. No, their role isn't to basically be involved in politics. Their role is to basically save souls from darkness. That's their role, to make people better moral people, not to basically be out there playing politics. Leave the politics to the politicians and the rest of the society, and leave the science to the scientists. They do not want to get involved in those sort of things. And that's why they are very critical of a lot of the Western churches, because they're too heavily involved in getting involved in these other areas, which is not their purview. That's not their role. Their role is to save souls, not to basically interpret things that they're not trained for, and that's why I find it much more comfortable in my sort of area of faith, where I don't have to basically reject science or see or accept creationism or any of the other nonsense that's out there. I just accept the fallen, and if a species evolved to a certain level and then was given, that ability from the fallen, the realm was created to evolve to that level to bring about humans. Who am I to disagree? The creator started it from the beginning. Then it just ran into laws and it did not interfere, because there's also the sort of concept of allowing free will to make decisions and all that, and things to function. And that's the sort of view where in the Western sort of, they're trying to play it too bob or different there. That's my personal opinion. People may have other opinions. They may find that offensive. I do apologize if they do. It's not meant to be. I'm just explaining the way the Greek Orthodox Church operates within its realm and stuff like that, and why I am comfortable with that, in that regard. But yes, anyway. Yeah, Tony, he's pretty good. He sort of points out the idiocies. I do subscribe to Tony. Exactly. It's supposed to be tested, and that's exactly it. And it's supposed to be, and also replicatable. Replicatable when it's certain things. Other things that actually, there are inferences, because some things are, you've got non-linear processes where you can't, it's not like this enzyme will do that process and it will basically send this messenger molecule, and that can be tested and actually retested, and you can confirm a sort of mechanism or some sort of thing. Others are things where there are complex interactions, and through complex interactions you can only infer things with strong statistical strength, where when it's very strong, the odds ratios of those inferences, you will see those things, those patterns repeating over and over again. And that's how you get the confirmation that that what you actually were able to work out is actually can be happen again and again in that regard. So hope I made sense out of all that, and I didn't affect it too much. She's a tall girl, zombie. Hope you've actually enrolled her into basically basketball. Yeah, but Belinda Fecky's pretty good. She's exposed the Seven-Day Adventists, the Ansel Keys of the world, all these corrupt people, because Ansel Keys, was a neurophysiologist. But he got involved with the military, with K rations, and with politicians, and was able to push all his opposition aside and get into controlling these organizations and pushing an agenda which benefited him. Remember, he's an economist initially training, so the only reason he went into academia is because he couldn't make any money after the Great Depression, so he had to find a job. And one of his mates told him to go and become just go and do any academic, and he decided to do your physiology because it was an easy subject to do. So he hasn't even studied human physiology, just eel physiology. And then just did these dodgy studies. He had data for a whole lot of other countries and only selected 7 that suited his narrative. He was a con artist, the absolute criminal, old Ansel Keys. He was even caught. He lived in Italy, where they have like antipasto, which is a lot of, meat products and stuff like that. He was actually caught in Europe eating, the way these Italians were eating. And basically he said, well, it doesn't really affect me. He blew it off. I do other good things and all that. This is occasional. He sort of brushed it off in that regard when people asked him a question. But he was actually living more like the Italians. That's why, he would have been much healthier. But, this is what I mean. They cheat, they lie, they cajole, they've got an interest. Take a look at the China study. Campbell, one of the biggest hypocrites out there, an absolute criminal as well, in my personal opinion. If you download the blue book, that means the original data collected, and look at that compared to the so-called China study book, it's like a 180 degree reversal, because he realized plant-based and all that, there's money to be made, funding to be made in academia by pushing these narratives. He doesn't have to do it. He just has to push the agenda and get the money. So, yeah, he literally contradicted. And there's a couple of people that have gone back and debunked him and looked at what his book says and then what his studies showed, what the data that they collected, and actually showed that he was basically lying, about a whole lot of things in his book that he was making money from. Yeah, that's what I mean. These people are just dodgy as dog shit. It's good that we've got people like, Belinda, that's basically exposing these people in that regard. No, you can't on economics. Definitely not. Economics is not a science. Anybody that calls, I know that people call economic science and stuff like that. It's not a science. The problem with economics is the moment you do something and you affect the system, everything changes. So your predictions just go out the wall. It's not like, systems that have got much tighter laws that govern those, the strong, weak nuclear force. They are very tightly, their interactions are very tightly regulated by those laws, where when it comes to basically economics, one policy change, one monetary policy change or whatever can just skew all the actual predictions completely. So, a meteor falling on a city that wipes out the city and changes the economics of that country can have ramifications on a whole lot of other countries. So the potential to predict anything is nearly impossible. So economics is a craft. It's more like even surgery, which is a craft, not a science. It's, people get better at it with experience and time and age. And the more they actually practice it, the more they realize they know fuck all. Some of them do actually make that claim. Others don't. Depends. That was the point earlier. More on that. Anyway, we're 10:30 and I'm going to call it quits at this stage, guys. There's probably a lot of other questions that people would have loved me to answer, but I need to get to bed as well because I've got work tomorrow. And yes, I'm just going to float through some of these quickly and all that. Should be below 7, but there can be other factors. Nothing to do with the carnivore diet. If you're on a carnivore low-carb diet, your homocysteine levels are going to be much lower because of the high methionine. I've done that thing about the protein, and with Gregor basically burying himself in shit. So if you haven't seen that, go and check it out. Where have you been? Dom, where have you been? It's the one on homocysteine. If you Google my name with homocysteine, you'll find the Gregor one where I just pull Gregor apart on the homocysteine one and blow away a lot of the myths about methionine. The more methionine, the lower the homocysteine. So they even infused and it actually reduced. So, yeah, it's just nonsense. And your body actually, when you put more methionine in it, actually the liver will produce more cysteine. So it's laughable. It's absolutely fucking laughable. See, Alex, yes. So didn't realize I fell so behind. Yeah, there's a lot of this sort of nonsense going about at the moment. It's annoying in that regard, but yeah. I don't know. It isn't, but I think because there is a mandate in Singapore for everybody to get vaccinated, a number of these Singaporean people are basically saying, well, I'm not going to take the risk with Pfizer or Moderna or anything like that. I'll go and buy my own and I'll be able to say, because, I've been vaccinated. So I've got the document that I've been. And so that's why I think they're doing it. That I don't think they really care that much about traveling. It's more about fulfilling the mandate in Singapore. They're more stricter in Singapore, as people probably know historically. They're a bit more stricter in these sort of things. So people that are in the know are trying to take the safer option by using a deactivated virus rather than something that should have never been approved for general population. It was used in oncology and should have stayed there. It was a disaster there. It failed miserably. But they were trying to get people off chemo and trying to find a new way of sort of dealing with cancer treatments. That's where all this came from, trying to deal with this sort of stuff. Yes, very much, very much. Hello, Kitty. Very much. Hope you've gone to bed. You've got work tomorrow as well, my dear. Yes, lovely country in Canada. Beautiful country. Poorly managed. Politically, that is. Ivor is taking a bashing from an MSM reporter. Okay. Blaming the death with COVID of an anti-vaxxer on Ivor. You're kidding me. Bloody hell. These people are crazy. Yeah, that's the sort of downside with these crazies out there. I don't try and even argue with people, because if people are they show an interest that they basically sort of show an incline that they're not hot, that they're reasonable, I'll have a chat with them. But if they show that they are really, it's in that regard, yes. You could try. You're not going to get very far. I think the major parties in Australia, Raymond, are pretty much on the same page. So there's a few voices in both parties, but they are pretty much marginalised to a large extent. This is what science says. This is basically what science, the probability of intelligent life emerging on this planet for the amount of 13.8 billion years that the universe has existed, the probability of that is very low. That's what actual scientists claim. That was why there was the whole reason why the anthropic principle was coined. The anthropic principle was coined that the universe was created to bring about intelligent life. They didn't actually say why it was created or who created it or anything like that. They just said it was created to bring about intelligent life, nothing else. That was the claim, because based on the probability of something, and then that whole theory, the anthropic principle, died off, or well, actually didn't die off. It just became less fashionable, less popular, because string theory, the multiverse universe, multiple universes and all that, brains and stuff like that, you can actually interact and bring about other universes by these, that, or the two-dimensionality of these brains that are interacting and within this whatever exists beyond space-time. And these universes can bring about other universes and more parallel universes emerging, all that. And they eventually got up to sort of in some of the type of string theories and M theories, they got up to about 11 dimensions, or in some cases a few more than that. They were predicting at certain energy levels that we would see certain particles. The particle accelerator in CERN in Switzerland, they actually did achieve those higher temperatures, those higher sort of, like of the early universe. They didn't see those particles. So that is why the entire edifice of string theory, M theory, and all that is completely unraveling at the moment. They're trying to pull it together and trying to come up with a whole lot of other possibilities, but it's just bullshit. And even some of the actual observations of black holes and all that have also put more holes in that whole theory. So that whole edifice has gone away. So we come back to the anthropic principle. Now, the only difference is whether you think that there's a God behind creating this universe that evolved, because I'm not against evolution. There's a creation point, then the evolution of the universe, or you believe it just accidentally just emerged out of nothing and then evolved the way it has done. You can take your choice. I mean, you could be right, I could be wrong on whether the initial beginning was due to a God or due to just a random event or random occurrence of whatever lies beyond space-time that we don't know. Some call metaphysics. So there's a big question mark there at the beginning. Some feel that with a godlike thing, others feel that with a random sum or question mark. But at the same time, I don't reject the universe that is evolved with the laws that it's evolved and all that. But it's brought about intelligent life. And so the basis of that, to keep it quite simple as a conversation so others can understand, the basis of that is that it's confirmed the anthropic principle, that the universe has emerged and evolved to bring about intelligent life, us. And by sheer accident, the likelihood, the probability of that is extremely low, which is what science says. The whole reason why a lot of scientists who are atheists couldn't accept the anthropic principle and had to come up with some other new invention. That's how M theory and string theory and all that happened. And I embraced a lot of this sort of stuff as a younger person. But eventually, you know, it all unraveled, and I started seeing the unraveling. And as I started seeing the unraveling, I realized, oh, I think I've gone down the wrong path. And that's when I sort of went back in that regard. The nice thing about the Greek Orthodox faith, it's not you can only be this and not scientifically minded. You can actually embrace both. It does, you know, that which is Caesar's is Caesar's, that which is God's is God's. The Greek Orthodox is not involved in science, politics, any of that. It's more involved in about the moral, you know, moving you from darkness to light and making you more God-like. That means a more moral, like Christ person. So apotheosis, that's the whole purpose. So it's not incompatible. So, and that's probably why people are very comfortable. A lot of people who are scientists in Greece are also basically Orthodox religious faith, because there isn't that rivalry between the two in the Greek world. I know it exists elsewhere. I know you've got creationists, you've got all these sort of people, which I reject creationism and all that sort of stuff. I think it's just complete and utter bollocks, nonsense, made up shit, because you know, they take the Bible literally. We don't. And remember, the Bible was written in Aramaic and Greek, but we don't take the Bible literally, because we know it's stories of moral code and how to live your life. If you take a look at the Bible, I've read the whole lot. Basically, it's full of contradictions in terms of certain stories being told by different people, you know, the different apostles, saints, and whatever told, and contradictions, slight variations in the storyline. So if it was basically, and you see that, and if it was basically, you know, literal, there shouldn't be any of that. So that literally immediately pulls away that argument as a fallacy. What it is it's a moral book. It's a book on how to live a moral life, a good life, you know, a life that will basically move you away from darkness towards the light. And that's a fundamental thing. If you look in the Bible, actually tells you that's the whole purpose of living such a life, is to move away from darkness towards the light. And our religious leaders have interpreted that as apotheosis, moving towards becoming more like Christ. That means with a strong moral compass and caring for others and stuff like that. So that's the sort of element. And so I have no problem. That's the nice thing about being Greek Orthodox, that I can be both a citizen scientist and love science and be part of that, and have no problems with my faith. So that's the most, just a simplified way of actually putting it across for people to listen, and, you know, but yeah, pretty much. Anyway, guys, I better get to bed. It's 11:15, and I definitely need to get some sleep. I've been burning the candle at both ends, so I need to get some sleep, and I've got work tomorrow. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Take care, and I will see you lovely people next week. I'll try and get a couple of one or two videos, maybe a bit more if I can. Hopefully, probably Tuesday and Wednesday I may get one or two things out. We'll see how we go. I need to get back on the myths and falsehoods. I did a couple of videos on that, and I've really neglected that part, unfortunately. So I will get back into it. You're welcome, Lukey. Not a problem, mate. Not a problem. But you have to learn about my faith. You can't use the Western church arguments against me because we don't agree with them. So there's, you first learn more about my faith, and you'll realize that it's more about a theological mission to make people better, kinder, more loving, and nothing to do with science or history or any of the other stuff that you find in the other churches. So at the end of the day, whether you believe in a God or not, you'll DC, you'll end up appreciating some of the strong moral foundations of the Greek Orthodox faith, and how it, encourages love between people. So we won't even kill. For us to kill, the weapons must be blessed by a priest, a bishop, as a just war theory. We can't, so when our soldiers go on any missions, they have to have their weapons blessed. It's a very different thing. So if the priest won't bless, like even when we rebelled, eventually one of the bishops actually blessed the weapons, but that was under very duress type conditions from what I hear. But it's very hard. I mean, we've never, even in warfare, somebody attacks you to protect your life. Yep. But you can't kill people just like that. Even in Greece, when there was dictators in the past, they used to send people into exile, like they did in ancient Greece, exile, or in the Byzantium period, into exile. Most other parts of the world just knock people off. Opponents, we send them into exile. So it's a different approach because, it's a mortal sin. You can only kill in warfare, in terms of just war theory, defending yourself or stuff like that. It's still a sin, but it's a forgivable one in a sense. So it's a very different concept, mate. It's a very different concept in the way we think. And it's only when most people think that this is why there are so many differences, stark differences. There is a cultural dimension between the West and East Church as well. So, and there's even differences between the Orthodox faiths, like in Russia and stuff like that. They're a bit more flexible on some of these points. We're not. And that's where we have some of our own differences on the sort of the cultural dimensions as well. But anyway, that's for another day. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for your support, your love, and your kindness. And I will see you lovely people next week. So we'll have a full program. And also next week, I'll be on the 2nd. We'll have a Zoom session. So whoever wants to turn up, I'll do a little announcement thing on Friday. There'll be a Friday announcement. And I may even do a late, like a 9 o'clock live stream, a late one, so I can get the whole world or most of it. And just give the date, give the Zoom session, stuff like that. And whoever wants to turn up, you can stay as long as you like, you can go and all that. As long as people are just respectful, nobody's nasty to other people, it's just there to have a bit of fun, say hello. It's going to be just very low key. If you want to say a few jokes, yep, go right ahead. If you want to amuse us and tell us a few jokes, we can get a few laughs out of people, that'd be great as well. So take care and See you guys.